Over to you, Craig.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good morning to you all. I just want to share the conference program with you just to give you a sense of where we're heading today. Okay, so yesterday was really productive. I, for one, learned a lot. The conversations were really marvelous. So we have some, again, some interesting presentations lined up for today. We just to give you a sense of where we're heading today. So we begin with Brady Marta Rocchi from Dublin City University, and then we go on to Michelle Groenewald, who's will be in South Africa, giving a perspective of the global South, and then we move to Wilfred Dolfsma from the Netherlands, who'll be talking about accounting as applied ethics, teaching a discipline. So that takes us up to a break at 12:15, so 3 and then a break. Then at 12:45 we'll have P Raghavan, who's calling from India, and he will be giving us an Indian perspective on ethics and economics. I will present at 1:30, reflecting some work I've been doing with co-editors of Ioana and Imko. And then at 2:15 we have Jonathan Wight, who will be calling from Richmond, USA, and he'll be talking about the kidney market debate. So some really interesting contributions. There's a break. We're built to have a break at 3, but I just wanted to point this out really. Unfortunately, Dennis can't make it. Dennis Badin can't make it today, has other commitments. This happens. So what we'll do is we'll use that time to have plenary. Sounds a little bit posh perhaps. So we could have a chat or a conversation around what we think are themes, ideas that have emerged over the two days. And from my perspective, quite a lot has. So hopefully we can have a conversation around, well, probably start at 3, right? We'll just have a final sort of plenary style conversation, and then we can end a little earlier than was expected. Okay, so thank you very much, and I will hand you over to the first speaker. I don't know, Neil, if you want to say anything first, or we go straight to the.
No, go for it.
Okay, so I'll hand over then to Malcolm and Marta. Thanks ever so much.
Marta's just joining now. Malcolm, if you'd like to join us on screen, that would be great.
Did I just close it to stop sharing?
It stopped already, Craig.
Oh, I'm in now. Yes, I'm in.
Good.
Hi.
Good morning, Marta. I will pass over to you.
Thank you. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Yeah, here we are. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Malcolm. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Sorry, we were just trying to get Marta into the room there, so I was on the phone to her. Okay, first of all, thanks very much to Craig, Ioana, and Imko for organising the meeting. Really appreciate the efforts they put in to do that. And personally, I was at most of the sessions yesterday, and I found them really, really useful and really, really interesting. So thank you very much to the speakers yesterday. Just by way of introduction, our session is very much about teaching ethics to economists, and indeed in our case it's more so business students. We're both in a business school in Dublin City University, and our students are all business studies students. Will take an economics class, but they're not economists per se, and indeed many of our students that we actually teach ourselves are business executives, so they're business decision makers, and that frames our discussion. So it's very much about teaching. It arose really from a practical situation where we were teaching. I was teaching a case study in business strategy, and there was clearly an ethical dimension to the case study, and Martha very kindly co-taught that particular class. And we saw the value of combining an ethical dimension with a business decision-making dimension. And really the paper and our interest in this conference stemmed from that. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen and set up the presentation. And Martha will then share first of all, and then okay, sorry, share screen now. This one here. Okay.
Yeah, here we are.
Okay. I'm using two screens. It's always hard to get the cursor to go from one screen to another. Yeah, I have it now. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, here we are.
Okay.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Okay, so I'll pass over to Martha to kick off.
Yeah, so good morning, everybody. And yeah, thank you very much for joining this presentation this morning. And as Malcolm said, the chapter that we brought together for this project of teaching ethics to economists is actually something that came from our own experience as a joint and a joint effort of having a lecture together to Malcolm students in their strategy class. So that's, I would say, the fruits of this effort. So can I ask maybe if people who are here use the chat, like how many of you actually teach business ethics, for example, just for me to understand if there's you can write in the chat if you do, so that I just have an idea on how many colleagues in this specific field we have. At the moment, it seems nobody, so that's interesting for me. Oh yes, so Mark says that he teaches business ethics. Thanks. So okay, no. So the idea is that I don't know. Sometimes when I joined the business school, I had a more philosophical background, so I felt like Aristotle. No, I'm joking in the sense that the idea is that business ethics was. Also, Craig is teaching in this term business ethics as well. Okay, so the idea is that in the business school, teaching ethics is the only business ethics is the only more like, let's say, philosophical class that the students take. So when with Malcolm we had to teach this class, we decided, Malcolm invited me actually to teach with him. We had to frame it in a way that was edible for business students, especially in a master program in which there was no ethics. So it was a clearly standalone ethics session. So this introduction just serves the purpose to say that the chapter is very teaching oriented. So for people who teach business ethics, it might be a bit basic in some parts, but I would say that the idea is to use it as a guide for lecturers, so that reading this chapter at the end of it, someone can say, okay, you know what, like these students don't have any business ethics education during their master. What I will do, I can use the scheme that these two Dublin City University lecturers suggest, and I will actually have a standalone session in which the students at the end can say, okay, after this session, I know what is ethics, I know what are the ethical approaches and why they're relevant for business. Okay, so, and in particular for decision making. So that's the background for our presentation. So I will start with so the presentation is divided into 4 parts. So ethics and decision making frameworks, holistic framework for ethics and decision making, and then the case study IKEA. So Malcolm, if you don't mind to go to the next slide. yeah, so this is the outline that that we're following for this presentation. I'm going to talk about number 1 and 3, and Malcolm is going to navigate number 2 and 4 with all of us. So we can go to the next slides. Thanks, Malcolm. Regarding the ethics in decision-making part, that's what I said, that maybe for someone who's already teaching business ethics might be a bit basic, but it's important to understand that we are writing to guide the lecturer to have a standalone session on ethics in a strategy class. So the idea is that at the end of this, a student would have the idea of what is ethics, because everyone says, like, that's the first question I always ask the students when we are in class. It's like, okay, what is ethics? And I start writing down like a word cloud of the different terms that they would suggest, no? And they usually are very norm oriented, okay? So, and actually this demonstrate that they have in mind a framework regarding ethics that is very related to those approaches that in this slide we labeled as third-person ethics. So both, like I would say that in the English-speaking philosophy, probably the most recent work that can help identify this categorization that we are explaining here is the work of Julian's, that in the Morality of Happiness starts like describing the difference between the ancient ethical theories and the modern ethical theories, where the ancient ethical theories are those that here we name like first-person ethics, because they take the approach of the acting person. And so they actually ask, what is my good? How can I achieve it? And the every action is evaluated in light of the person life understood as a narrative unity, while on the other hand, we have another set of theories that are identified as modern ethical theories, which are more related to third-person ethics, because they kind of look at the actions from the point of view of an external observer, like a third person who's looking at the action and say, so does this action comply with the existing norms? For example, that's the example of the ontological ethics. Or does this action help fulfilling the good of the majority? So the idea is that we need to explain to students, especially if they are not philosophers, that ethics is not something monolithic, but it's it's a concept that it's a discipline, it's a philosophical discipline that is oriented to the practical and theoretical study of human actions. But this practical and theoretical study has been developed in different way in different moments of the history of thoughts. So that's the idea that we need to. But of course, when explaining the existence of this approach, the lecturer then needs to, in a way, take one of these approaches, or at least suggest how they can be combined. So this is actually what Malcolm and I are doing in this chapter, and then we will see how. So if we can go to the next slide, Malcolm, if you don't mind, thanks. So that's the definition of ethics that we suggest in this chapter. So a philosophical and practical study of free human actions in order to help people to orient their everyday decisions toward their personal flourishing and the good of society. So in a way, we're joining the ancient ethical theories, taking the standpoint of the acting person, and understanding ethics. If we want to say it in a nutshell, we can say understanding ethics as a guide for human excellence. So this means that we're actually suggesting our students that the study of ethics can help them think about their own actions and practice in according to what they see as their personal excellence as people, as business professionals, and looking also at the contribution that their own life and their own work give to the good of society. So these are the two levels, so the individual ethics level and the social ethics level that we are exploring, navigating this chapter, and actually try to introduce the students to the discipline of ethics. So that's important. So first of all, if we teach ethics in strategy, what is ethics? And then if we go to the next slide, what we suggest is that actually the students, like we suggest that the lecturer takes the students through these three three ethical approaches, stressing their common purpose of understanding the purpose of human actions, and at the same time also that they differ in the way in the question that they want ethics to answer. So for utilitarianism, the question that, and here you see Jeremy Bentham, that we want ethics to answer is this action actually fulfilling the good of the majority? For the ontological ethics, and here we see Kant, the relevant question that we want ethics to answer is this action actually fulfilling the existing, respecting the existing norms? And for virtue ethics, is this action making me the best version of myself? And so what we're doing in this chapter, which I think is the point that we want to suggest theoretically and also practically, is that we can combine the three questions of these ethical approaches in a holistic ethical framework that can help integrating different decision-making models and ground them completely into ethics. So in the next slide, what we can see is just a way that we actually compared ethical theories according to the relevant questions they ask, to the main proponents, to the reference point that they have. And so the chapter details everything that a lecturer that wants to do a standalone ethics session for non-philosophy students need to tell them, so that at the end they have an awareness of this. So I would say that then the beauty of all this is that it's not just a philosophical, theoretical approach, but if we go to the next slide, and Malcolm will take from here, we combined each of these ethical approaches to one of the decision-making frameworks that many of you might already know. So Malcolm, please.
Okay, I'll take it over from here. As Marta said, she's looked at the three ethical frameworks, and by coincidence, we are looking at three decision-making frameworks. The first two, logic of consequence and logic of appropriateness, are very much third-party frameworks along the lines of what Marta was talking about in terms of ethical frameworks. And the final framework is one where the decision maker themselves and their characteristics and value systems become important. So it becomes much more a first-person approach. I'm thinking back on a deal of the conversation of yesterday, and because I'm teaching business strategy, I'm not really confined to either orthodox or heterodox economics as such. So I just stick with decision-making frameworks within a strategic context. And the organizing frame here is James March's logic of consequence and logic of appropriateness. He splits up decision-making under those two headings. And the logic of consequence is very much rational choice and rational methods. And the logic of appropriateness is very much centered around rules and standard operating procedures and routines and such like, where you're making a decision that's appropriate or that fits the context or the situation you're dealing with, whereas the logical consequence is centered around making the best decision, the optimal decision, the rational decision. I also use as a case study the Cuban Missile Crisis and Graham Allison's analysis of decision making in that context, where he looks at three approaches to decision making: Model 1, a Model 2, and a Model 3. And his Model 1 is very much, again, based on, he calls it rational policy, but it's a rational choice approach. He just uses slightly different wording. And his Model 2 is to do with organizational processes and the constraints they place on decision making, and in fact the offerings they allow for decision makers. The third model then is a political, he calls it bureaucratic politics. It's centered around the people, the actual personalities and the decision makers, and how they will fight for what they want. And carry out political actions of coalition building, negotiation, bargaining, and so on in order to make a decision. And he essentially looked at one situation, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the ex-com group of 14 decision makers as a set, and analysed it under the three lenses. So you get three different views of what happened, even though. And the three views combined to give you a better understanding of how the decision process worked out in that situation. So I'm using March's framework and Alison's frameworks there in this modelling, and we based the class on that. And it was quite, actually, I enjoyed Giancarlo's discussion yesterday on maximization of utility in particular, because it's very appropriate to the logic of consequence. And interestingly enough, I take his point about intentionality being removed, let's say, from economic modelling. In business decision-making, intentionality will still be very much there. You are still trying to intend to move the firm forward and choose the best project for the firm. So I would mention the standard rational choice methodology of identifying alternatives, identifying preferences, weighing up consequences, costs and benefits, and making the decision based on some optimizing of utility process. However, I also raise students' awareness of other approaches that have varied from that. Simon's satisfying approach, where he's basically saying that you cannot maximize, really it's not possible for us to manage that process, so we tend to satisfy. So it's still outcome oriented, but you're not aiming to maximize any situation, just get to the an acceptable solution, a satisfactory solution, and you leave it at that. So it's a search process is carried out until some aspiration level is met, and then it stops. And then others have come along as well, and I raise students' awareness of the literature that's now regarded as behavioral economics, where it's realized that we're not actually perfectly rational and that we have biases, and I would introduce students to the various biases that exist that, let's say, alter the rational choice, the rational method. So that takes us on then into a logic of consequence, where, in fact, to use Alison's lens, in that decision-making process, the alternatives were in fact defined by the organizational processes. They had 6 or 8 alternatives identified, and really, when he looked at them under his organizational process lens, it becomes clear that the various alternatives are offerings that are allowed by the organizational activities that they have in the first place. And with firms, it's often the case as well that in fact the constraints become the defining factor. Giancarlo mentioned maximization with constraints, but under the logic of appropriateness, it's the constraints that in fact define most of what goes on. And so organizations fall back on a standard operation procedure to deal with the situation, or maybe amend it or adjust it a little bit to fit the situation, but largely the approach is based on a standard operating procedure. So they're the 2 logics so far. The third logic then is really we teach it under it's a number of different frameworks that broadly I'm combining under the heading of decisions that are based around the character of the decision maker, or where the decision maker themselves has a major role to play. I've already given the example of Alison's political bureaucratic politics approach, where decision makers, particularly when there's a group of decision makers involved, they fight for their own view. They fight to promote their own view, and out of that process, Alison says that what comes out may be a collage. It may be actually nothing that anyone in particular wanted, but it somehow came out of the process, and it's what we do, and it may work in some fashion or other, but it's not in any way optimal. Other theories that I bring forth under this heading are the upper echelons theory by Hambrick, where again he takes into account the characteristics and the value system of the decision makers. And indeed, the value systems go way back to Sun Tzu and Machiavelli. You can draw on those. Each of those give a set of values that they see as important for a decision maker. So this notion of value is not that new, in fact. And I've just been noticing in very recent times, given the lockdowns and working from home that we've all been undergoing for the last year and a half, the literature coming out on that is pointing out the value of managers taking an empathetic approach and a compassionate approach to dealing with their employees in the light of the current constraints that everybody's working in. So a shift from the sort of, let's call it, the hard-nosed rational approach to a much more human-centered approach, and that will be under the heading of the decision making based on the characteristics of the decision maker, where it's a first party approach as opposed to a third party approach. So that's just very quickly a review of the three frameworks. But you can see immediately, just moving on to the next slide, you can see immediately, I think, the correspondence there where we can use these frameworks and draw in the ethical dimensions into these frameworks and combine ethics with decision making. The reason why we do it this way, and the reason why Martha joined the class with me is that once you mention ethics, students tend to just zone out. For managers, particularly executives, it's just another, decision making is hard enough, besides bringing in yet another dimension, particularly an ethical dimension, which is hard for people to grapple with anyway. Whereas we found this as a way of introducing ethics into and combining it with something that managers regard as important, because decision making is important for them. And so you can see immediately the logic of consequence links very, there's a clear link with the consequentialist ethical approach, particularly utilitarianism. And indeed, some writers are linking utilitarianism with business decision making. Max Beserman, for example, has brought out an article distinctly linking those two elements. The second one, the logic of appropriateness, we can see because it's based around rules, standard operation procedures, and so on. There's a correspondence immediately with categoricalism or deontology. So hence it's an opportunity to draw those links there. And the third one, the decision making based on the leader's values and the leader's background and so on, can be linked with the virtue ethics, first party ethics. So they're the three fairly obvious correspondences. Looking back on it, although I only personally realized the correspondences in the last couple of years, even though I've been looking at decision making for quite some time. So while it's obvious in retrospect, it wasn't obvious in prospect. And so that's the kind of organizing the correspondences. And then I'm going to move back to Martha to discuss the holistic framework, where we bring these together. And then the final part of the presentation is a case study. We'll just briefly brief you on the case study we use and the kind of decisions that come up in that case study. So Martha, if you're still there, I'll pass back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you, Malcolm. I hope that it's clear for the participants this morning where we're moving towards. So the idea is to integrate these ethical approaches and their correspondence with the decision-making frameworks in a way that it's easy for the students to not only to understand them in class, but also to practice them in their everyday work. So of course, we're not coming up with anything absolutely new in terms of suggesting a holistic framework, because there are other works of other authors that actually suggest holistic frameworks for decision making. What we're doing is that we're updating it in a way that I will show in a second. But first of all, let me just talk about this, because for example, the holistic framework that we are thinking about. It's a very good book by Dominic Mellet. It's called Management Ethics. And he actually describes these 4 dimensions that we can have in an ethical decision-making framework. So an instrumental dimension that is related to the technical results, the economic and technical results that are connected to a decision. Then there's an internal dimension that actually takes into account the effect of the decision in the organization and different dimensions of learning connected to the decisions that you're taking. Then the relational dimensions that relates to the to the effect of the decisions on the stakeholders of the company. And then the ethical dimension that this author connects with the intention and the character of the decision making. So what we did actually was to move this ethical dimension from being just another dimension to be the dimension that sustains all the others. So if we actually go to the next slide, this is the model that we are suggesting. So we're saying that in the person and in the character of the decision maker lies implicitly and the ethical dimension, which is mediated through the agent practical wisdom, which is the virtue that helps us discern what is the best thing to do, and also to choose the best means to achieve this best decision. So this ethical dimension is the one that sustains all the other dimensions. The instrumental dimension that we can evaluate in light of the utilitarianistic ethical approach and the instruments that were given by the decision-making logic of consequence. Then the relational dimension that we can evaluate in light of the deontological ethics ethical approach, and that we can actually practice through the tools given to us by the decision-making logic of appropriateness. And then the internal dimension, which we can evaluate in light of a virtue ethics ethical approach, and that we can actually practice through the tools given to us by a decision-making framework linked to the decision maker, him or herself. So I just want to give you a very practical example of what we're saying with that. That's something that I always tell my students, and at the end of the of the module, probably I think the business ethics module is the cupcake module. So what does this mean? So I don't know if you have in mind a cupcake, so I don't want to instill the desire for a snack at this point of the morning, which at least here in London time, it's the appropriate time for a coffee break. So ethics is not like a cherry on the top of a cupcake, you know? So whatever the cupcake is, if you have a good frosting on top of it, you just cover it, and this is what people think is ethics, something that you add, okay? But I'm Italian, and I know there are other Italians here joining this morning, and I don't know if you've ever been in Italy. There's this famous pastry, which is called baba, which is filled with a liquor. And so ethics is like this liquor inside the baba. It's not like the cherry on top of the cupcakes. And so this is the graphic way of telling the students that we are putting ethics as an integral dimension within all the other dimensions that we can study during the decision-making process. So I hope that example of the cupcake explains better what we're actually trying to do. But this model is the academic version of this example. In the chapter, we actually explain how these dimensions relate to each other, and how the ethical dimension, actually, I would say that the wording itself might be tricky, no? Because the ethical is not a dimension, but it's within the action in themselves. So it's within the decision. There's no decision that it's not an ethical decision, because each decision has this component because it is a decision, not because we have to add this component. And this comes from the fact that we explain to students what is ethics. So that's how all these concepts that we explain are connected. So if this is not clear, of course, we can take questions during the Q&A time. But what I do now is that I leave Malcolm to explain how we applied this holistic decision-making model to a case study, which is the case study of IKEA.
Yes, we'll finish up with this case study, and I won't go into it in great detail, just to alert you to, there is a case study, and we find a case study is a good way of exploring decision making in the first place. And in this particular case, the ethical elements to the decision making. And it's a case study about IKEA set in the mid-90s, where it becomes apparent, a TV documentary is being made about a supplier of carpets to IKEA, and the supplier is being accused of using child labour. And so that brought up that issue directly for IKEA. They apparently weren't aware that this was something that was happening, and they weren't aware generally of the issue of child labour in a general way. They hadn't looked at it that much. So it brought all of this up for IKEA. So you can see immediately there's an ethical dimension to this, as in, what should you do here, as opposed to just simply looking at it from a commercial point of view. So the decisions, several decisions are made, students are made aware of several decisions that must be made by the protagonist. A decision to join the documentary, or to take part in the documentary, because the documentary people provided an invite to IKEA to join them. What to do about the supplier that apparently has been using child labour. And then bigger issues came up as to what to do in general with that issue, not just that supplier, but the child labour issue more generally, and in India in particular. And they reached out to the Save the Children Fund to grapple with this particular issue. And then a fourth issue came up as well. They were invited to join a consortium called Rugmark that looked at, verified that child labour was not being used in the products and stamped the products accordingly, and they were invited to join that particular consortium. So they had four decisions, all of which you can see have an ethical dimension to them, as well as a purely business dimension. And just bringing out an ethical dimension allows you to look at, for example, in terms of the children themselves, what's in the best interest of the child. How do business people work out what's in the best interest of a child? They don't really have frameworks to do with that, and the standard optimizing framework isn't going to really help you that much. So looking at it from the utilitarian type perspective can allow more dimensions to be teased out there. Similarly, what to do with the supplier. In that particular instance, they have standard operation procedures for dealing with such things. So they implemented the standard operation procedure, but then it does raise questions about, should the procedure be always invoked automatically, or how much do you verify beforehand before you implement the procedure, and so on. And it turned out in this particular case that the allegations were actually false, and that supplier hadn't used child labour. But by this stage, IKEA had implemented their standard operation procedures and removed the supplier. So now they had to bring in another standard operation procedure to reappoint the supplier, and so on. So there's clearly business decisions being made, and business decision-making approaches being put in place there. I've already mentioned the logic of appropriateness and the logic of consequence there. But Marta could come in at this point and tease out some of the more ethical dimensions of both of those decision approaches, and the case study is very useful for that. So that's just a brief introduction. It's a Harvard case study written by Christopher Bartlett, so it's available publicly, yeah, I've used it several times, and it works very well for both business and ethical dimensions. I use it at the end of the year, where students have dealt with a lot of business decision making without really considering ethical dimensions, but this brings it up directly, and students usually appreciate it at this point, because they appreciate having some ethical frameworks to bring to bear, because these problems are beyond their general abilities, and so they appreciate ethics in a way that they may not in just taking a purely ethics class that's separated from the business world. So I'm going to stop at that point. Martha, if you have anything else to say, join in. If not, we can pass over to
yeah, I think we can.
Questions and answers. Yeah,
exactly. We can just go for a Q&A if anyone has any question, we're happy to answer. We hope you enjoyed the chapter. Yes.
Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you so much. So if anyone does have any questions, please do pop your camera and microphone on to ask them. And we're really keen to get some live conversation going. So if you have a question for Marta or Malcolm, please do pop your camera on to ask it. We'll give it a couple of moments for people to have a think. Craig, over to you.
Hi, thanks so much for that. It's great. So like I said, I'm teaching some business ethics. This term is rather large class. I really enjoy it, I must say. But I find that virtue ethics carries a lot of weight, ultimately. And I find your framework really kind of potentially really helpful, because when we look at the consequentialist and the deontological kind of duty-based kind of approaches, I do find it hard to read that in a convincing way into the idea of the perspective of the decision maker, because it always feels like it always remains third personal. It always feels like third person, and I can't get away from that. And ultimately, you're kind of saying there's always this abiding question. The decision maker ought to be looking at things in this way, but typically they don't. And what are you going to do about that? So, and to keep it real, virtue ethics really carries a lot of weight. And of course, I connect that with, regulatory ideas and CSR and so on, to contextualize why virtue might be important, because, what promotes virtue is not just the individual per se, but the individual context, as you know. So I just wonder, do you feel does this really help you to give a convincing story about how consequentialist and ideological theory feeds into decision making? I suppose is my question. It's rhetorical. It's just...
Yeah, Malcolm, if you want, I can answer. So no, yes, thanks. It's a very, very good consideration, and so let's have a couple of hours discussion about that. Well, I'll get into a couple of minutes. Craig, I would say that you're right in the sense that what I really think helps students understand the potential of ethics is this definition of being ethics like a guide to human excellence, to their own excellence. Because I would say that Aristotle himself would say that if you do good things, you become a good person. And this is the link that we need to re-put together, because they think that they can act in a way, but then they can be a very good person somewhere else. So that's my business life, that's my personal life. While I would say that if people really reintegrate their own dimension within themselves personally, then they're able and happy to have good business life and business decisions. So in this, I would say personally, I would follow the work of Alasdair MacIntyre in defining what is the virtue of integrity as the virtue of showing the same moral character in the different social contexts in which we are in. Because I think we need to tell our students that they can't be one person at work and another person with their friends and another person with their family. Like, they are the same person wherever they are. So they need to incarnate this virtue of integrity. And of course, MacIntyre says that the problem of our postmodern era would be compartmentalization, where people think that they can be different people in different social contexts. So to answer your question, I would say, yes, we can use the consequentialist and deontological approach, but only if we integrate them within this bigger framework. Because of course we need to evaluate the consequences of our actions, and we need to take into account the good of the majority of people, but we need to do this only if we take into account that we are the decision makers and we are the ones that are changed profoundly by the decisions that we make ourselves. So I would say that that's the most important thing, and it would be for Aristotle would say, and I mean, I agree with him, it's the key for happiness. It's not just the key for business success, because we're not the mere fact that they're working doesn't mean that this exhausts all the dimension of their life. And they know that, especially when we have this discussion with the postgraduate students or with professionals. This is even more evident because they're people who already reflected on their life. I have 450 students undergraduate class, and for them, they are at a different stage of their own way of thinking about their actions and who they are. But so depending on the class, what you said, of course, can be integrated in a different way. So I hope the 2 minutes answers was.
No, that's really helpful. Sounds like you put a lot of effort into convincing them about the worth of the ethics, and yeah, that makes me think maybe I should put a bit more effort into that aspect.
Thanks.
It's really helpful. Thank you. There's another question.
Yeah, I think just following on from what Marta said there, I think executive students in particular are open to look at this kind of dimension because they're coming upon it in other aspects of their lives anyway, and including their business lives. But they do find it very, very challenging, I think, because it does ask a lot of executives, and it makes life a little bit more difficult for them. It's nice to be able to compartmentalize, as Marta mentioned, and I think they do find it difficult to take on the ethical dimensions as well as the profit maximization dimensions and so on, or rule-based or routine-based dimensions of a decision. So I think it is challenging for students. I only bring it in one class really, so I'm not dealing with it as a whole subject area and a whole semester. But even in that class, you find students kind of recoiling a little bit because they realize the implications of taking on that the ethical dimensions as well as other dimensions. But I think it's worthwhile at the same time.
Yeah, thanks ever so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a few minutes left. So Jonathan, do you have a question? And we'll have to wrap this up in 3 minutes. Thank you. Over to you. You're on mute there. Take it.
Hi, this is Jonathan Wight from Richmond, Virginia. I really enjoyed your presentation. I do something very similar to the different moral frameworks that you introduce, and I really love what you just said about how it all gets down to the person and the virtue of the leader. I'm going to try to do an example, perhaps similar to IKEA later today when I talk about the kidney debate. But anyway, one quick question would be, what do you do when students say, look, I've examined these 3 different frameworks, the virtue and the deontology and the consequentialism, and I'm confused because they conflict?
Yeah. I mean, I would say I always like to, I do not think they actually completely conflict. I mean, this is not a relativistic answer, okay? That's why it's very important for me to stress that. But I would say that I always like to put this in an historical context. That's why our first slide was the classification that Anna does between distinguishing the first person and the third person approach to ethics. Because I would say that also some theories are really they born in a particular age and in a particular moment of the reflection of. So in this, I would say, if they are very advanced in their understanding of what is ethics, I like the way McIntyre describes this process in After Virtue, in which he actually unveils the reason why now we think according to the categories related to a utilitaristic and deontological ethical paradigm instead of a virtue ethics paradigm, for example. And I really like to, let's say, makes this history a bit easier for them and simplify the trajectory that brought the history of humanity to converge into this kind of models. But I would say that now with the artificial intelligence debate, we're coming back to a person-centered approach to ethics, in which we need to set algorithms according to the rules of deontological and consequentialist ethics, but we need to govern them with human wisdom, which is the key factor of the ancient dialectical approaches. So that's why I would say they don't conflict, but they integrate.
And also, one other thing, to be a good consequentialist or a good Kantian, you have to have self-control, which comes out of virtue.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I don't want to go over because I think we're running out of time, and Neil is here to tell us this.
Thank you both so much. It's lovely to meet you. Thank you for your presentation today. Please stick around. I believe that Nathan has his hand raised. So Nathan, if you could carry that conversation on in the chat box, that would be fantastic.
Oh, sure, no problem.
Thank you so much. And we'll hopefully see you a bit later today for our plenary session at the end. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Next up.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We'd like to welcome Michelle Groenewald from Northwest University in South Africa for her presentation, Economics, Curricular, Pluralism and the Global South. Michelle, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for the welcome.
See you soon.
Let me firstly then just start off by saying it's really so wonderful. I'm sitting here in South Africa, and to be able to see the names of so many people whose work I have immersed myself in the past few years in this Zoom room for all of the bad that the pandemic has is one of the really wonderful things. So thanks so much for the opportunity, and I would really encourage and welcome feedback and active and rigorous debate. I'm really open to learning and to hearing from all of you. So with that being said, what I am going to be arguing today is that I am exploring this idea that it is ethical to teach economics curricula that are pluralist. So a lot of the work that has been discussed in the past 2 days of this conference is a lot around how we would actually teach ethics in the classroom to economists. And I'm in complete agreement about the absolute importance of ensuring that we do this. What I'm also interested in doing is thinking through a little bit more this idea about it actually being ethical to teach curriculums that are pluralist. Embedded in a lot of the discussion that there has been around the importance of curriculum reform and of bringing pluralism into the curriculum. In my own country in 2015 and 2016, there was massive debates about the importance of decolonizing education. And I think that a lot of the discussions around pluralism and around decolonizing speak strongly to one another. So in order to make an assessment about whether it's ethical to teach economics curricula that are pluralist, in the spirits of, I would say, ethical pluralism, I'm going to be taking a look at this from a framework of first a utilitarian framework, and then secondly, a deontological framework, and then thirdly, a virtue ethics framework, where I'm then also going to, within the virtue ethics framework, do a reflection on some of the really fascinating work that's coming out of African philosophy in combination with virtue ethics, and then just close off with a few thoughts about this in terms of the Global South, with a focus on the South African context and the importance of this here particularly. But so before we get to that, in order to kind of take a step back, because within the literature on economic pluralism, there is so much debate, and I think rightly so, about what does it actually even mean to have a pluralist economics curriculum. And so I wanted to kind of avoid some of the ideas around, well, pluralism will just descend into an anything goes approach. And whilst it is not my intention to be prescriptive about stating that this is the only way to be able to view economic pluralism, I did want to be able to have a more structured discussion around different scholars use different words, whether it be levels, dimensions, types of pluralism. But in order for me to kind of explore this idea of whether it's ethical to teach economics curricula that are pluralist, I think it's really important for us to first have a clearer conceptualization of what do we mean by economic pluralism. And to kind of have this duality in mind when I'm talking about this, that it's not an attempt to be prescriptive, and I'm very open to debates about this, but also that I wanted to have a more structured discussion around this. Otherwise, it could very easily descend into a, well, yes, we are teaching a pluralist curriculum, but it's not what I would say is actually pluralist. And so that conceptualization is quite important around that. Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to then quickly just also say that I won't be able to do justice to all of the literature around what it means to decolonize curriculums that is currently seeing quite a large number of scholars getting involved in this and a lot of attention around this. But I do want to emphasize that a pluralism that can very easily be taught within economics, that is deeply Eurocentric and or completely Americanized, would not be what I would see as pluralism. Also an economics curricula that doesn't deal with the existing hierarchies around knowledge production and dissemination, and that treats concepts of power really just very superficially, would not be an economically pluralist curriculum. And so I think that there's lots of really interesting avenues to discuss in more depth around how the literature on pluralism and on decolonization speak to one another. But I just don't have the time to be able to go into that right now. But I do think that that's a really important point to keep in mind as we're discussing what it might look like to have an economically pluralist curriculum. So let's then get started with ontological pluralism. So amongst most economic methodologists, they would not accept the existence of ontological pluralism. And so Maki, I think, has a really great way of explaining this. He has a chapter titled The One World and Many Theories, in saying that we can acknowledge that the world has a plurality of facets, but the various theories that can be used as a tool to explain the world does not imply that there are a plurality of worlds, but rather many theories are about the one world. And so I think that highlighting to students, because I think not just should we be asking ourselves what would a pluralist curriculum look like, but also how do we explicitly make aware to students if we are engaging in the ethics of what it is that we are teaching them, that we explicitly need to make them aware about the debates that there are around pluralism. And I think acknowledging this monism of ontology for many economic methodologists is useful in showing students that it's not just an approach with pluralism that just anything goes, but to critically engage with this idea that we, within our economic interactions and economic phenomena, do not have ontological pluralism. I think is a useful way to be able to show them when we say that we need to critically engage with the debates around pluralism, so that we don't descend into an anything goes approach. And I saw the previous speaker was also very trying to be very clear about saying, well, this is not me giving just a relativist answer, right? So I think that this is a useful opportunity to be able to do that in terms of ontological pluralism. So if we move on then to epistemological pluralism, I think Kapler's 2017 work is really useful here in thinking through what we mean by epistemological pluralism. So Kapler is really making the case then for epistemological pluralism by drawing on this idea of fallibilism, and arguing that there can be no certain knowledge and indeed no complete theories to explain economic phenomena. He makes the argument that epistemological pluralism is a necessity for the multifaceted nature of economic phenomena that are often the subject of study for economists, and that it's particularly useful when we come to the edge of established knowledge, that it is through this epistemological pluralism that the pursuit of the continuous improvement in knowledge must be understood as a process that does not ever reach perfect completion. And I think the 2008 work of Mayer as well, where Mayer talks about to carry in one's mind two or more conflicting propositions while attaching unequal weights to them, can be a really useful way to ensure that we are teaching in a way that acknowledges epistemological pluralism. Now, there's a really great article, at least I think so, by Foucault, Olian, and Elgin, the 2015 piece on the superiority of economists. And so when we start to think about this, the arguments about whether doing an analysis on the superiority of economists, one can see why this would make many mainstream economists quite uncomfortable. If we think about their analysis where they explain how the study of economics overwhelmingly, when it is done in the mainstream way, breeds this self-confidence, which allows disciplines to really retain epistemological insularity over time. and fueling a natural inclination towards a sense of entitlement. And so, epistemological pluralism is going to require both students and lecturers to reflect really on the important virtue, I would say, of humility, and that humility being rooted in tolerance, in asking how can we know what we are teaching and what it is that we're actually learning, something which I don't think the mainstream is particularly open towards. And so then within the idea of epistemological pluralism, Reardon has a really great roundtable discussion about with various different economists and scholars asking, well, how would you actually define economic pluralism? And a lot of what comes up there is a discussion about transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary work being highlighted within epistemological pluralism. And so there was recently a article that came out where there's a quote from Jonathan Gruber from MIT. I think it's very important for us to have an interdisciplinary and even transdisciplinary approach in an economically pluralist curriculum. But I thought that this quote was so indicative of so much of what is happening within how the mainstream views some of the ways in which curriculum reform is being advocated and the pushback against that. So here's his direct quote. You wanted the students to feel like they're coming out of an economics class, to be blunt, an economics class and not a sociology class. So to be blunt, I think that sometimes other disciplines are doing a much better job of grappling with the complexities of things like power and inequality, exploitation, identity, and importantly of ethics. And that we may do very well to sometimes send our students to other disciplines classes that may be doing a better job of this. But I think in the spirit of collaboration, it would be better for us to ensure that as economists, we are doing the difficult work of grappling with this idea of inter and transdisciplinarity and to be teaching that within our economics classrooms. So then moving on to methodological pluralism. And so I should have perhaps said this at the beginning, but the neat divisions necessarily of, well, this is what epistemological and ontological and methodological pluralism might be, can sometimes be quite blurry. And that these neat divisions are not always entirely possible. And so I think Sheila Dow in her 2012 piece does a really, really excellent job of explaining this by grounding methodological pluralism within an open systems approach. And so she defines open systems, and there's obviously been a large amount of work on open and closed systems more recently, but so she defines this as one whose boundaries are not predetermined. Further, the nature and range of its constituent variables and the structure of their interrelationships are not predetermined. And so I think by grounding this within an open system approach, this really opens up avenues for us to get students to ask what are the methodological foundations and underpinnings that are foundational to the type of method that they're actually going to use. And so, within most economics departments, there is not even a question about method or the methodological underpinnings of that, because so much of mainstream economics has come to be defined by focusing on very formal mathematical modeling that is trying to ascertain causality. And if that's not what we're doing, if that's not the question that you're asking and the method that you're using to be able to try to determine that causality, I've seen this in my own studies and in numerous departments here in South Africa, and when I was studying at the University of London too. At best, you're told that's an interesting question, but it's not really for economists. And at worst, you're told that this is just not a question that's even worth answering. And so we are so limited and constricted by the method that when it comes to what we are teaching our students, there is no question about what method are you going to be using. They don't get the ability to be able to ask, well, what question do I want to answer? And then to ask, well, based on the nature of that question, what would be the best method for me to use in order to be able to answer that question? It's just a given that you're going to have to do some formal mathematical modeling, which is going to be trying to ascertain causality. And so in this recent piece that Danny Roderick had written in 2021, he'd written it for Project Syndicate, and he's talking about the obsession with forward causal inference that economists are using. And so a direct quote from him here, he literally says, economists are obsessed with the first of these approaches, forward causal inference. The most highly prized empirical research is that which demonstrates that an exogenous variation in some underlying cause X has a predictable and statistically significant effect of an outcome of interest Y. He even goes so far as to call this the economist's method. When this is what we're seeing is the state of mainstream economics, there is so little opportunity for us to incorporate a pluralism of methods in what we teach our students and in the opportunities that we give them to ask some really important questions, which they might not be able to even be given the opportunity to try to delve into more deeply, because you don't have an easily downloadable data set that's going to allow you to try to look for what is the latest and greatest instrumental variable for that matter. Right, and so I would say that it's absolutely essential in a pluralist curriculum for us to push for a methodological pluralism and a pluralism of methods. And so then just in closing, to talk very quickly about pluralism according to different schools of thought. And so both Garnett and Fulbrook talk about the pluralist turn, which is definitely much more amongst heterodox economists, which shows a marked shift philosophically, analytically, organizationally, and culturally from just a school of thought paradigm to pluralism, namely where a view of knowledge in which there is possibility, which there is no possibility, even in principle, that any school could possess final or total solutions, and really then advocating for the importance of being tolerant, and we'll get to tolerance in a little bit more detail when we look at virtue ethics, the importance of then ensuring that we are providing students with a wide variety of schools of thought, not just very, very narrow ones, and not even making students aware that there are different schools of thought within a mainstream curriculum, but really the importance of presenting to students many different schools of thought, and then allowing them to engage that skill of critical thinking, which allows them to decide based on their context, based on the question that they're asking, which of these schools of thought, which intersection of these schools of thought is relevant or useful or persuasive to them. And so then just to kind of link this idea about what pluralism is with the idea of what pluralism is not, some of you may be aware of the debates that this has sparked with the core textbook that Bowles and Carlin have been working on for the past number of years. And so without getting into a big debate about that, they advocate for a pluralism by integration, as they call it in their new 2020 paper, and not a pluralism by juxtaposition. And so I would say that a pluralism by juxtaposition is absolutely essential to show different schools of thought, to show different methods side by side with one another, and yes, to juxtapose, to compare and to contrast them in order for that important skill of critical thinking to come to the fore. Also for students that have to deal with the fact that we can't always just integrate all ideas into a seamless, pretty picture of how the economy functions, that sometimes something like subjective theory of value and objective theories of value, they can sometimes be mutually exclusive to one another. I mean, value theory has massive amounts of debates, but that students need to engage with ideas of mutual exclusivity in order to be able to really develop that skill of critical thinking. Right. And then just as a last sentence on this front, and then we're going to get to the ethical frameworks, I also think that it is important within a pluralist curriculum to not only teach whether we call them heterodox or alternative or unorthodox or non-mainstream approaches, but that we do also have to teach mainstream approaches if we're being true to the spirit of pluralism. But critically, so important is that we need to present these mainstream approaches critically to students, that there needs to be a deconstruction of mainstream approaches, as well as teaching other alternative approaches to students. Otherwise, we do students a massive disservice of robbing them of the language that the dominant paradigms are currently using, the dominant methods that are currently being used, but that whilst teaching these mainstream approaches, it's absolutely vital for us to teach it critically if we are to have any opportunity to be able to have a better discourse around breaking the hegemony that we're seeing around what it is that we're teaching economics students. So then onto the ethical frameworks. So there is just, I think, such a perfect sentence in Wight's 2015 work in talking about ethical pluralism, in trying to work through this idea about whether it's ethical to teach economics curricula that are pluralist. I found myself asking, well, I mean, is it possible to analyze this through different ethical frameworks? And I think that this quote was just so helpful for me in thinking around a more realistic way in which ethical action might take place. And so Wight says, or writes, that a more elaborate structure, which would consider the likelihood that people make choices within a pluralist moral ecosystem, that is some mix of considering outcomes, conforming actions to principles, and exploring character or virtue as part of meaning and identity, was really influential in me thinking through the fact that we could use a utilitarian or a deontological or a virtue ethics framework, or speak to perhaps sometimes the interactions between those frameworks to be able to ask ourselves whether it's ethical to teach economic curricula that are pluralist. So I don't think that I need to go into too much detail here about utilitarianism as a more specific discussion around consequential ethical frameworks. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that, but more the application around this. But just to say that, you know, Bentham's work about the greatest happiness or the greatest pleasure being produced was obviously very influential to economists. And so I think this idea of utility can be useful at a certain level of abstraction, but that it is obviously very, very problematic when we saw the types of lengths that Becker went to really just reduce the idea of utility to something that was very narrow and certainly not at all multidimensional. And to be able to recognize that conceptualization around utility can be one in the way that Mill was trying to conceptualize this, that it has a far more nuanced and multidimensional approach to it than just a very narrow idea of utility. And so in that vein, to kind of make this argument that there is such a large amount of utility that can be gained for students and for lecturers and for society if we're going to be teaching economic curricula that are specifically pluralist. And so I think that there is much greater utility, and this builds on all of the discussion about what is a pluralist curriculum. I think that there is much greater utility in ensuring that students are able to hold in their minds more than one idea at the same time, to be able to critically engage with that and to be able to weigh that up, to be able to make decisions about what is valuable or relevant or useful for them based on their context. In a way that doesn't happen within a mainstream curricula, where I think there is far less utility in not even being explicitly made aware of the fact that you have been told that there is one correct way to do economics, and that the questions that can be asked are so limited in the teaching of a purely mainstream curriculum. So too, you know, if we talk about this in terms of methods, so much more utility in students having a wide variety of methods that are underpinned by philosophical questions about the methodology, in order for them to have that as a toolbox to be able to take a look at what are the questions around poverty and unemployment and inequality that their countries are facing, particularly in the global south, and not just to have been limited to this idea that we need to do the latest difference in differences in order to be able to answer a question, and the rest of it is just not questions that are as worthy of asking and investigating, never mind having economists engage with them. So too, I would argue that even for lecturers, there could be a lot of, there could be greater utility in them actually having to, even if they don't necessarily agree with it, engage with ideas that may make them think even more strongly that they agree with the mainstream approach that they previously were teaching, but that way up, that debate and that contestation has a lot more utility than simply teaching what mainstream curricula are currently doing. And then particularly, greater utility for society, in that the very real and persistent challenges that we have of poverty and unemployment and inequality, I would say that those skills of critical thinking that pluralist curriculum are encouraging are absolutely essential for us to be able to have better answers then for the types of challenges that we're facing. Then just very quickly moving on to the deontological framework. So I would argue here that even if the argument is not convincing that, well, we have more utility within a pluralist curriculum, that if we think about this from a deontological perspective about, as a different Wight in the 2009 work talks about, the focus on the conceptualization of respect and dignity and rights and duties, that we have a right, and that students have a right to not have their epistemic freedom impinged upon by not being made aware of the different schools of thoughts and the different methods that exist. And that even if lecturers don't agree with the alternative approaches, that they have a duty to make students explicitly aware that these alternative ideas exist, particularly when lecturers, and particularly at the undergraduate level in the global south, are seen as like the founts of all knowledge, that there is a duty for lecturers to make their students aware of these pluralist approaches within the formal curriculum, because of the power that they hold, due to the idea about their expertise and the degrees that they have. And most students in the global south are not going to have the opportunity to partake in postgraduate studies. And so for that reason, I would say that there is very much so a duty and a right not to impinge upon the epistemic freedom of students to be able to engage with these alternative ideas. And so then in closing, if we take a look at this from a virtue ethics perspective, so Van Staveren in her 2009 piece talks about virtue ethics not being so much concerned with the question of what is the right thing to do, but rather the question of what is the good life. The good life is a pluralist type of good and not reducible to a single dimension, such as pleasure, utility, or right, a set of rules. And then as Wight talks about, and I think this quote is again just so useful in thinking about what I'll talk about in a second, that both utilitarian and Kantian ethics starts from the requirement that a moral agent has the goodwill to choose and the self-control to carry out actions that conform to their respective moral ethical frameworks. By contrast, virtue ethics starts from the presumption that humans need to be taught, encouraged, inspired, and even cajoled to do the right thing. And so I would say that in a pluralist curriculum, students are definitely going to need to be taught and encouraged and inspired. And so too lecturers are going to have to, at the very least, be taught and inspired to teach themselves to be able to teach a pluralist curriculum. And then, in debating what might be a virtue to espouse, I think that within the pluralist literature, a really important virtue is that of tolerance, to be tolerant to alternative ideas and approaches and methods. I would love it if there was an all-out open embrace, but I think that tolerance is at the very least, I want to almost say, the minimum threshold that we need as a virtue in order to have these pluralist curricula. And so then in terms of the second virtue, there's some fascinating work being done within African philosophy of virtue ethics, and Thaddeus Metz has a really excellent 2014 piece talking about the importance of community as a vital virtue within an African ethical framework. And so, Ubuntu and this idea that I am who I am because of other people emphasizes the importance not of I think therefore I am, but I literally am because of who I am in relation to other people. And that this virtue of community, I would say, is absolutely essential in teaching a pluralist curriculum, whether it be lecturers and students sharing resources, or whether it just be that debate and that contrast that is absolutely necessary, which is made so much easier when there is a community of people to do this instead of attempting to do this in isolation. And so my absolute final closing thought, then just in relation to the Global South, De Martino in his 2011 book has a really excellent piece about the ethical evaluation of market liberalization in the South and transition economies. And so I would say that this is a vitally important point to be able to think about the importance of what were the ethical implications of this complete dominance of market liberalization and being pushed onto countries in the South and in transition economies. But I would say beyond that even, and to link this to the idea about pluralist curriculums, is that the importance of having rigorous training in ideas outside of the dominance of market liberalization as a mechanism for development is absolutely essential. That, you know, in South Africa, where we most of the time win the award for the, by many different measures of inequality, are the most unequal country in the world, that we have unemployment rates that are sitting at 43% of the country by the expanded definition, that 54% of our population lives on 994 Rand a month, that we need economists and policymakers who are going to be the future economists and policymakers that have economic pluralism at the very core of their curriculum, if we are to have more nuanced ideas that have greater appreciation of the specific context of these countries, and that we need to take seriously the ethical responsibility to teach pluralist economics curricula, because we don't, at least I don't think, get ideas that push us beyond this dominance of market liberalization without actively teaching pluralist economics curricula. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Great presentation. We'd now like to throw it over to the audience for questions. If you have a question for Michelle, please do pop your camera and microphone on to ask it. Michelle would love to answer all of your questions, I'm sure. So we'll see who is keen to ask a first question. We'll hang around for a bit and wait.
I would say less so than questions even necessarily, but just like I would love comments and thoughts.
We're keen to get some open dialogue going. I particularly like what you said about virtual events at the start, kind of really opening it up and being able to work with people that you really might not have had the chance to work with before. So it's been fantastic. Paolo, welcome back. I'll hand over to you for your question.
Thank you. I must say I'm very happy I listened to this presentation. I appreciated it very much. And this is not formal. I think it is a very good contribution to the discussion that is going through these 2 days. I believe that, and this is, in a way, it's not a question. It is maybe a contribution to the discussion that Craig suggested we have at the end of the day. But I believe that the discussion relating to ethics and economics has been presented, has led to 2 different approaches during these 2 days. Let me consider the 2 extremes. One is Michelle, with what she has been saying up to now. And the other is David Colander yesterday. David Colander said, well, let's keep a strong distinction between science and policy. And basically, he was talking about economic science and then policy. And policy is where ethics enters the picture, and science is objective, okay? And this is something that well, it was not as explicit, but it was in Peter Butke's presentation. It was in George DeMartino's presentation as well, although he might, to some extent, say this is not true. But I believe the underlying motive was that one. Whereas the alternative view is the one suggested by Michelle, is the one I was trying to suggest yesterday in my presentation. And basically the idea is that ethics is not, well, to mention Marta before, is not the topping of economic science. It's something that is intrinsic to economic science. It has to do with how you frame it, how you frame the economy, how you look at it. So you may choose to look at it just as markets and price-based coordination, but you have to be aware that that's just a very specific way to conceptualize the economy, which is very different from the economy as conceptualized by different authors, ranging from Marx to Keynes to many others who you may disagree with, but are framing the economy in a different way. and it is only right that you be aware of these things. Now, the main problem, I believe, that people who teach economics face when they deal with these, with how to teach it, is that they either teach a single approach, typically the mainstream, or sometimes they tend to have a sort of an additive approach to teaching. So there's the mainstream, and then there's Keynesian economics, and then there's something else, okay, institutionalist economics and so on. And they have a hard time trying to explain what these approaches share. Let me try to advertise a forthcoming paper of mine on the Journal of Economic Issues, where I try to put these things together. But I think that the main issue is we have to try to see what the common thread there is in different approaches, and at the same time emphasize why they differ, what assumptions, what Peter said yesterday referred to what he called the tacit presuppositions. Well, those have to be made explicit. And I think this, Michelle helps us to point this out. Thank you.
Thanks, Paulo. I think that that was probably the point that I was trying to make about the way that it's been framed now by Bowles and Collin, is this idea around pluralism of integration or pluralism of juxtaposition. And I don't think that we need to choose, or that it is helpful for lecturers and academics and professors to have decided on behalf of students. This is the integration that has occurred, which in essence is an idea about, which in essence is a decision that has been made about which ideas have won out, right? Without critically engaging with, well, what was the metrics that was used for these ideas to have won out in the first place? That sometimes there can be integration or things that are common, as you are talking about. And we can acknowledge that, but also sometimes that there is things that are taking a completely different approach, angle, method, perspective, whatever we want to call it. And that students need to be made aware that things don't all neatly fit into, well, here's what's common, and therefore what's common is what's right, what's useful, what's relevant, what's persuasive, right? That we need to be able to do both, and we need to let the students be presented with that, so they themselves can make up their minds about this is what's relevant and useful for them. So I suppose that would just be my thoughts on it. But I see Wilfred has his camera on.
I was asked to put my camera on, not because I have a question or a comment or a suggestion for you, just because I think to make sure I'm ready for what's coming.
Oh no, you can Heather, you can keep it off until you're ready. That's absolutely fine.
Oh, okay.
No worries. So it was just, if anyone does have any more questions for Michelle, Wilfred, if you have a question for Michelle, you're more than welcome to ask.
I think I should be more modest than that. Sorry.
No problem.
I do see that there is someone in the chat asking for the Thaddeus Metz chapter. I will post the full reference then in the chat. I think that there's some really fascinating work that's been done in African philosophy that I think can be really useful within a virtue ethics framework. So maybe people are keen to read more about it. I'll post the reference.
Thank you so much. Are there any more questions for Michelle? Please do either raise your hand or pop your camera on now. If not, we will move along to our next presentation. We'll give it a couple more seconds. Craig, over to you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sure there must be lots of questions. It was really, really so interesting. Yeah, there are so many things to ask, but I just wonder, one of the things would be, there's a lot going on there with different forms of pluralism, ontological, epistemological, and so on. In terms of curriculum, do you envisage burying that in curriculum design, planning, or would you expose students to it? That's just something I was wondering.
Yeah, I think that it is vital to make students explicitly aware of that pluralism. So I didn't read the full quote here, but in terms of just like epistemological pluralism, I think yes, we can very much so teach content that gets students to grapple with the idea that there is not just one way of understanding something, and that is necessary in terms of the content, but that before we teach that, that it is essential to also express to students explicitly this idea, even if at undergraduate level it might seem like, oh, well, this is just much too philosophical, but to make them aware of these debates that do exist about, say, for example, epistemological pluralism. And so I would just so quickly, if I can find it, want to read Sabelo Ndlovu-Khatsheni's way in which he talks about epistemic freedom. If I can find it here, because I think that, you know, I do this with my students, just reading a quote to them, they may not necessarily turn out to be the people who are going to like grapple with this, but to just get them to know that these debates exist and to give them the opportunity to be able to decide for themselves whether they want to engage further in perhaps what some of them see as a more philosophical discussion. But I think that one does need to explicitly make them aware of it. And so I would just read this, this quote of his of how he defines epistemic freedom, and that it's fundamentally about the right to think, theorize, interpret the world, develop your own methodologies, and write from where one is located and unencumbered by Eurocentrism. That epistemic justice is about liberation of reason itself from coloniality. So just reading that quote to students and then, you know, putting them in a breakout room currently right now, and asking them, so before we get into the different ways in which we might understand truths, knowledge, the actual content, let's just ask ourselves, do we agree with this? Are students against this idea? Is it just there is one way of knowing, and what we're searching for is the truth, to be able to find that one variable that's going to explain to us why institutions look the way they do, which tell us why development has happened the way that it has, right? I don't necessarily subscribe to that, but before we do that, I think it is important to make students explicitly aware of it, because I think otherwise they can just be kind of really confused and not understand, like, why are you trying to show me all of these different ideas, methods, perspectives, right? So they need to be made explicitly aware of that, and also that they are partners in this journey of them teaching me, and that we don't see it that way, right? It's just most of the time lecturers are these founts of knowledge, and I am here through the process of like osmosis to imbue you with information, but that we need to see students as genuine partners in that they have the opportunity to teach us and to teach one another. And if we're going to explain to them that we're hoping to give you the right to think, theorize, interpret the world, and write from where you are located, that can be a really good motivator for getting them to be on board with something that may be really uncomfortable at first.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, if that is all the questions for Michelle, thank you so much for joining us today. If you are able to join us at the plenary at the end of the day, that would be great. But if not, thank you. Next up, Wilfred, welcome. I'll hand over to you for your presentation.
Thank you, Neil. I have a very modest story to share with you. I think I should be able to share my screen because I did take some notes, some PowerPoints. How do I do that? This is share screen. Yes, this one. No, this is not it. This is really awkward.
It's absolutely fine. Take your time. If you just stop sharing, and then if you make sure that you open up the one that you can, so to stop share, you just hover at the top, and where it gets to view options at the top in the center, hover where it gets to view options, and then you just select stop sharing.
Okay, okay. Well, so my point is, I don't often use Zoom, or we use something else in my university. I'm at Wageningen University in the Netherlands, and my story is a pretty modest one. and also maybe someone that a story that's also pretty concrete, and hopefully for that reason it can generate some discussions. And I'd like to also apologize for not being able to be there for some of the other meetings because of some obligations I'm having here at the group. I'm building on this paper I wrote a couple of years ago, published in the Journal of Business Ethics, that I hope to expand on and certainly also to strengthen, because it probably will need some strengthening, and I'm really happy to take input from you. And the story is basically very very concrete. The story is one where I somehow may seem to turn the some of the things that Michelle talked just now about, turn it around and face a different direction. My point is that especially when you teach when you teach economics to non-economists, drawing on ethics helps. So rather than having to force feed ethics to our students, maybe we can draw on ethics to when we teach some economics, and in particular I'm drawing on accounting, which I've dabbled a little bit into, and which I've tried to teach also to non-economists, and I found out that that drawing on ethics helps, but then you need to say a little bit about ethics, of course, and of course there's a couple of strands, generally speaking, in ethics. One is utilitarianism, not just act utilitarianism, but also a rule utilitarianism. The act one is, of course, that you do the things that deliver the most utility to you for each act. And the rule one is saying, of course, that you need to adopt a rule, and the rule that you adopt needs then to give you the most of the utility, even if each particular act that you do following the rule might not do the same. And then, of course, there's deontology, where you need to do because it's the best thing to do. The right thing to do, Kantian approach. And then there's the communitarian approach, and you might say, well, do these approaches show in economics? Yeah, to some degree, I think they do. Perhaps even across the board. Obviously, the act utilitarian approach shows in neoclassical economics. I think you'd be hard pressed to make the case that that it doesn't. But the rule-based shows, I think, even in the new institutional economics. I think the communitarian one shows in certain areas, maybe in particular in social economics. But I'd like to make the point that the mainstream, the neoclassical economics, has been separating the realm of the economics from the realm of society or the social, and therefore there's not been much feeding from the social, where I would say the ethical considerations play out, into the economics. But other strands of thoughts have also been separating those two domains, including Marxian economics, I would say. I was going to present a picture, but from an earlier article in the JEI, but somehow my knowledge of Zoom prevents me from doing that. And then accounting, and I'm going really quickly through my story because it's a pretty straightforward story. Accounting is about right and wrong. I mean, accounting is a story that you might say it's. I mean, my PhD supervisor Arjo Klamer says that accounting is the root metaphor of economics, and I think he's kind of right in that. And so it's very much core to economics, and actually it's very much about right and wrong. But it depends on what standards you use. I mean, accounting, of course, came to came to being or came to fruition very early on with trade, actually. Of course, keeping track of trade flows for companies, but also next step, when companies got stock listed. I mean, when there is stock listing, then there's different owners involved in the company, and of course they need to be needs to be made clear who owns what. And you might think of those standards of for accounting coming into being to make sure that economic benefits are being being promoted or being maximized, right? So because accounting standards, they kind of promote, they are a facilitator to trade, and they are also a facilitator to the trade in stocks and bonds in stock market. So there's a at least the idea behind it that accounting standards are there to promote the economy. So that would seem to suggest that they're there for utilitarian reasons. But of course, the accounting standards that are used are also there to be sure to be able to pinpoint who is deserving, who deserves ownership of a company, who deserves benefits from trade, from economic exchange, and that very much has an overtones from deontology, from Kantian ethics, I would suggest. But if you look at how that's the overall picture of how standards in accounting can be thought of. But if you look currently at how actual standards for different sub areas of accounting come into being, these come into being very much inside of a community of peers. Not a community where everybody gets to have their say. It's not democracy, but it's a community of peers. And I would say it's a communitarian approach to, there's different communities, of course. In the US, you have the GAAP standards on how to set up accounts as a companies, in particular stock listed companies. But in other parts of the world, the FASB standards are more into play, and there's extensive rounds of consultations among peers with very elaborate procedures put in place. So I would say that the case can be made that these core that for this core area of economics, accounting, like Arjo Klamer said, it's the root metaphor, and I think this was in an article together with Deirdre McCloskey. It's the root metaphor of economics, and for this root area of economics, you could make the case that it's to the core, it's ethical. And in particular, when you teach this accounting to non-economists, drawing the parallels between accounting and ethics, because ethics kind of has an intuitive almost appeal to quite a few people. Maybe they're drawn more to some areas of ethics than others, but being able to draw on that will help you explain to them what what ethics, what accounting is for, and what are also not just the helpful aspects of accounting, but also what are the limitations to it. So this already draws me to my conclusions, and I hope they're not the conclusions to the discussion. That ethics has been ethics somehow lingers in the background of all of economics, different strands of ethics anyway, but the view of how economy and society relate to each other has somehow separated from the mainstream also views of ethics. But certain subfields in economics do recognize ethical considerations, some more than others. And some emphasize some subfields, and some emphasize other aspects of ethics. But my point is that you could, rather than only say, well, this is something that needs to be addressed, and I'm fully on board with that. You could also say, especially when teaching economics, that you can draw on people's intuitive views of ethics to teach economics and the plurality of economics, and also to teach accounting, especially to to non-economics majors. But then, of course, you as teachers, you need to be able to of course talk about these different traditions in ethics without necessarily supporting one more than the other. And by doing that, you can, I think, by making the case that in this. For this very short paper, presenting accounting as something of an applied ethics, you can help a lot of students think a lot more clearly about accounting, about ethics, about economics, making sure they have a broader and more sensible view of what economics is about. So that's basically it. So maybe we can present accounting as applied ethics, and maybe we can present economics as also in some way applied ethics. So bringing the ethics through that means, almost through our pedagogy, back into economics. And that is the main point about the paper I published a couple of years ago, that I hope to give a big push for hopeful inclusion of the volume that our organizers are working on. And I hope I've been as clear as I can be without PowerPoint. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wilfred. If anyone has any questions for Wilfred, please do pop your cameras on, your camera mics on to ask. Wilfred will hang around for a second just to see if there are. So, or you can pop them in the chat box and I can pop them to Wilfred. Michelle, over to you.
Thanks. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I've been teaching while the conference was happening before, and now I'm not, so now I can ask some questions. Wilfred, I would be so keen to hear, because you made reference to those who have economics as a major and those who don't, and in line with the work that I was discussing about like the superiority of economists, I would be so keen to hear if, in your experience, when you are trying to incorporate ethics in your teaching, whether those who have who are economics majors and those who are not respond differently to it, and whether it be, you know, in their assessments or just like their interest in class, their ability to engage with ideas or have debates. Do you see a difference, or would you say it's all the same?
Oh, I think I see a clear difference. And when I wrote the original version of this paper, I kind of was drawing on some experience I was having while teaching. Both as a PhD student, I was teaching to arts majors, and of course they are very reluctant to hear you speak about the value of being able to think just a little bit in economic terms. They'd say, well, I should be unencumbered by economic considerations, and by that they mean financial ones. And I should be left as an artist to come up with my new my new creations, and I find that very much reflected also when I was teaching in technical universities. I'm now again at a technical university, focusing mostly on the life sciences and sustainability issues, and the engineers, they also don't want to be encumbered by economic and financial considerations. And now imagine when you are going to have, because you're told by your boss, you have to teach accounting to them. How do you do that? Well, I find that many of the students that I've at least encountered in trying to teach economics and accounting and related topics, when you talk with them about how actually some of these very concrete and mundane things that you might want to think about are informed by ethical considerations, they suddenly see the bigger picture, and it helps them. And I think by drawing on that parallel, and the parallel things I think needs to be elaborated upon. When you draw on that parallel, you tap into something that's intuitive to them, and of course, this is some old thing I was also thinking about. Of course, there's this literature about whether or not teaching economics to economics majors. Does it turn them into selfish, utilitarian, scoundrels, or are people self-selected into it? I guess there's a bit of both, but you cannot say the same thing for those who don't do an economics major. They are not taught to become selfish. They have they have other considerations, and by drawing onto that, you can still show them that being able to think a little bit about as an economist, or think a little bit about how it is important to when you build a bridge. Yes, you need to the bridge needs to be well constructed. But if you build the best constructed bridge around, then you're gonna not have a bridge for somebody else who wants to build a bridge, who also wants to connect and bring their wares to the market in the city. So yeah, you can bring those ethical considerations a little bit into play as well. And this example of the bridge, I think I was probably drawing a little bit about on act, not on act utilitarianism, but on rule utilitarianism, but that's also something that you can draw on, that will help make the case to students in class. So yes, I have benefited from drawing on that parallel when I was teaching.
Thanks.
Thank you. We have a comment from Malcolm in the chat box. Hi, Wilfred. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Using ethics to generate interest among students in a subject sounds like a very interesting and fruitful approach. So thank you, Malcolm.
Yes, thanks, Malcolm. Yeah, it's been something that's helpful for me. I still sometimes draw on it. I don't, thank God, teach accounting anymore, but I do teach intro economics to technological to students in technology majors, and it really helps. And I also think it gives a push to our thinking about economics, actually.
Yeah, and can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a comment rather than a question, but I liked the approach because in the earlier presentation, I was looking at using the subject as an introduction to ethics to kind of stimulate interest in ethics, but this actually is using ethics to stimulate interest in a subject, which is really interesting. So thank you very much for that insight.
Yeah, and to me,
sorry.
Yeah, to me, it's also led me to think about how different strands in economics, because, like I said, it also made me think about economics and different areas of economics, and how different areas of economics try to sometimes think of the economy as either separate from society, or the economy as embedded into society, or society as embedded into the economy. And if you, I'm going, if I can maybe potentially share with you a publication I have on this earlier that that maybe may help you at least better understand what I was having in my mind, and I had a picture like that to present, but then I got stuck in Zoom. Sorry. And ignore it if it's something that you want to ignore.
Can I ask a question? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to, I don't think this really, I'm not sure this adds particularly, but just a little bit of my own personal experience. So I don't have expertise in accounting at all, but I've taught business ethics and economics. So when I do the business ethics and we do touch on governance issues, then the accounting standards might come into play, and also independence of audit and the internal structure of accounting and so on. So then if we look at things like Enron and then Lehman and so on, then in the business ethics class you can pick that apart, use a case study, look at what influenced the decision making. And really explore it in a way that gets down to the nitty-gritty as much as possible. And so what I've done then is to kind of use that and other types of illustration in the economics classes to try to promote discussion and to connect with the real world. And of course it opens up the black box of the firm and hopefully engages students, an attempt to engage students. But I think that what I then experience always, and I think this just hopefully chimes with what you're saying, is that it's kind of, okay, so we've done that bit now. Let's get back to the theory, because this is what you're going to be examined on. The techniques. Let's get back to the the indifference curves, the cost curves, etc. So there's always this gap between the bit that always feels as if it's giving real insight, and we get back to the theory and do what they'll be assessed on. So it's that gap that I always find frustrating between the case study type material that engages with real world issues and actually delivers potentially kind of meaningful insight, and then back to the theory kind of thing. So I think it just chimes with what you're saying. I think I just wanted to say that.
Well, I guess it depends on how much time you get to elaborate on a story about Enron but of course I kind of moved in my talk about the parallels between accounting at least and ethics towards communitarian ethics, explaining how the rules and regulations around how to report on the goings on of inside of a company like Enron evolves, right? And up to and including those dramas. It evolved in a way that things were allowed that shifted the discussion or the balance of power, you might also say, from one group of people in that community or in society to another group, and if that other group then also not just plays by the rules but breaks some of the rules, then you could talk about how society, in the sense of those people who are I'm not going to say representing society, but at least coming together as peers who are experts on how to draw up rules, on how to report on the different aspects of business, how there's been a pushback to make sure that at least some of those activities, some of those behaviors wouldn't be allowed anymore, and there would be more policing of the rules as well. So yes, that is a very thick story, as Clifford Geertz, the anthropologist, would put it.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
a thick story, but it's not always true or possible to tell such a thick story in class. But there is a thick story about how those regulations come about and how they get changed also when something bad happens, and yes, communitarian ethics sounds good, but there's lots of communities in which not so good things happen too, and then communities adjust.
It's an interesting way to put it. I suppose the thick story is where I think the really interesting, insightful stuff is, and then it's back to the thin theory, and I suppose that it's that gap between the two that is problematic. And it's kind of overcoming what the questions are, and but I just wanted to mention that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more questions for Wilfred, if you do have one, please pop your camera on now to ask it. Wilfred, I shared the link in the chat box that you shared, so that's fine.
That's about the article about society and the economy, either separate or somehow mixed together.
Thank you very much. If there are no more questions, then we will finish there and break for lunch early. Wilfred, thank you so much. Great to meet you, and we hope
thank you very much.
We hope to join you again soon.
Yeah, thanks.
Take care.
Enjoy lunch.
Thank you. So we will break early for lunch. I'm just going to pause the recording. Welcome back to this afternoon session. I'll now hand over to VP for his session. Enjoy it. Over to you, VP.
Okay. So you can see me, right?
Yes, we can see you.
Then I am starting. Okay. So good afternoon, all of you. And I am here. I am so much happy to be with you to present a presentation on the Indian approach to ethics and economics. My name is P Raghavan. I am Tagore National Fellow at Indira Gandhi National Centre for Arts, Bangalore, India. No problem. Okay. Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Next. Next. Page 2. Okay. Now, I am speaking on teaching ethics to economics, challenges and benefits. And my presentation is on Indian approach to ethics and economics. As an introduction, I can say that ethics are moral principles which govern human actions of economic and social and political endeavors for a material welfare and a spiritual well-being of the man. Ethical behavior helps do things in a way for human welfare. Ethics are necessarily the moral guidelines for growth and development of the economy and society as well. Now, economics, as you all know, is a study of wealth and welfare. And wealth is means to an end, the end being welfare through the satisfaction of wants and desires. Ethics and morals are for welfare of the humans. Kaudilya, the legendary political economist of ancient India, presented a holistic schemata for the welfare of the people in his famous treatise, Political Economy. The science of wealth some 2,500 years back, necessarily 4,500 years before Adam Smith, who has been considered as the father of modern economics and declared the author of Wealth of Nations, that developed that developed economics as an academic discipline in modern times and defined as an inquiry into the nature and cause of wealth of nations. Now, economics is a branch of ethics. Adam Smith was professor of moral philosophy at the University of Glasgow, and the historical evolution of modern economics helped view it as a branch of ethics. Next. Amartya Sen has lamented the fact that economics used to be taught at Cambridge until fairly recently simply as part of the moral science typos. Is no more than an instance of the traditional diagnosis of the nature of economics. Analytical territory of economics. It is argued that economics has been originated in two pathways of analytical territory: ethics, the ethical principle, and second, the engineering principle. And by all means, both are related to politics and statecraft.
VP, sorry to interrupt. It's crackling a little bit. If you turn your camera off to present while you talk through the slides, because that should save some of your bandwidth.
It is better to stop the slide.
No, I would say stop the slides or stop the video, but one of the two.
So I think I can.
No, it still sounds, the sound is really bad and we're losing you quite a bit. So
Okay, sir. So I can speak. Okay. So the ethical principle of the economics origin can be traced back to Aristotle, who relates the subject of economics to human ends, wealth, in his monumental work, the Nicomachean Ethics. Now, the ethical principle, the study of economics primarily aims at the pursuit of wealth, though with many other basic goals such as health, education, employment, social security, homes, peaceful life, living, law and justice, and more. Economics is primarily related to the study of wealth and ultimately related to the study of ethics and of politics and statecraft. Aristotle in Politics, I quote. Then, regarding the engineering principle of economics developed from the technical analysis of the statecraft is traced back to Kaudilya, who wrote invariably the first book titled Economics, namely Arthashastra, the science of wealth, which eloquently presents statecraft, including economic policy or expediting in public administration by rulers and administrators. Arthashastra, I can speak 1 minute for Arthashastra. It is a treatise begins in the first chapter with introductory profiles of 4 fields of knowledge: the science of metaphysics, the science of ethics and morals, the science of government, and science of wealth. Now, as review of the Indian approach. The Indian approach to achieve human welfare is evolved in the age-old principle of Purusharthas. That is the title of my paper. The Purusharthas means the pursuit of human goals in life, the design of which is framed in the fourfold paradigm of dharma, the righteousness, artha, the material wealth, kama, the satisfaction of wants and needs, and fulfillment of sensual desires, and moksha, enlightenment and empowerment. The Indian wisdom of economic thinking underlines the need for acquiring material wealth by truthful means and righteous way. No illegal or unlawful means or unethical ways to be pursued for acquiring wealth. The primary goal of life is to obtain wealth, and the ultimate end is the pleasure or satisfaction of desires, both of which are to be realized by ethical means. Now, my sources of research. The Indian knowledge system has been drawn from religious texts, scriptures, and philosophical texts such as Vedas, Upanishads, Idihasas, Brahmanas, Aranikas, and Dharmashastra. Now, the Indian lessons of economics. Now, what are the Indian lessons of economics? I can tell. The Indian lessons of economic science has been compiled by Kaudilya in Arthashastra, in which the artifacts of the golden economy of prosperity and riches for the nation are crafted. The principles of golden economy are creative thinking, and ethical reasoning. Annushiki, the three Vedas, the Trai, the economics, the Varta, and for the political science, the Dandanidhi, which are all the sciences from which all concerns the righteousness, the wealth, the satisfaction of wants and desires, including sensuous love. Now, what is golden economy? Annushiki comprises the scientific principle of Sankhya, Yoga, and Loga Yuga, the philosophy of Indian system. The three Vedas, the Rig Veda, Samaveda, Yajura, and Yajurveda are there. Varta means economics, consists of agriculture, animal husbandry, and trade and commerce. Dandanidhi is the political science or the science of politics, contains the principles of good governance and punishment. Kaudilya subsumes the science brings into being and preserves spiritual good, material well-being and pleasure, and destroys spiritual evil, material loss and hatred. This is the basics of the golden economy. Now, my objective. The study explains the Indian system of knowledge of ethics and economics and underlines the relevance and significance in incorporating in the teachings of economics in academic institutions. Now, the methodology is analytical and descriptive, and the source of research are primary text and secondary text. Then the principles of economics are embedded in cultural values of society, the religion and the economy. Religion has played a great role in framing economic ethos in all societies. In the United States, in UK, and other Western countries, the work culture has been rapidly changed by Protestant ethics, which proposed salvation through work rather than by faith. The Calvinists subsumed hard work, honesty, seriousness, the proper use of time and money as the basic principles of endeavors. The economic successes of Western countries are propelled by Protestant ethics as lamented by Max Weber and R.H. Tony. The Japanese work culture had been deeply rooted in Buddhism, which presented the threefold functions of work as to enable person to develop himself, to make him aware of the need to help others, and to produce goods and services needed for leading a meaningful life. Now, Vedanta ethics, that is a contribution of Indian system. The Indian wisdom is embedded in Vedantic philosophies, which may be beautifully envisioned and developed as Vedantic ethics as an academic discipline for integrating with economic studies. Vedantic ethics are rooted in Indic religions such as Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, and Sikhism. India is a pluralistic society with constituencies of Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Jains, Buddhists, Sikhs, and Parsis. Now, the spirituality and materialism. The sync of spirituality with materialism forms the basic foundation of the Indian system of knowledge. Bhagavad Gita ends with the following words underlining the basic lessons of human development. Wherever there is Krishna, that is knowledgeable spirituality, and wherever there is Dhanurdhara, Arjuna, creative materialism, there will be wealth, success, prosperity, and service-oriented public policy. Indian and Western philosophy of economic thinking. Indian philosophy is called Loga Sangraha, the happiness for all. Western system developed by Jeremy Bentham, the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Now, the India's work culture. The unique work culture of the Indian tradition is based on perfection in skill and evenness of mind. Better means ensures better ends. Then the Karma Yoga principle of Sankhya philosophy. The Indian traditional thinking proposes to work without worldly expectations. It advises to concentrate on work without focusing results. Then the Yajna culture of work. India's traditional culture is Yajna, the attainment of perfection in work by working together. So working together, togetherness is the basis of Indian work culture. Then doing things together, that is the basic culture. The creative work culture and development ethos of India are culture-specific and people-centered. Yajna is cultural metaphor of Indian society. The karma principle, the theory of work. There are three forms of action. Karma, namely Sattvika karma, the good action, Rajasiga karma, the passionate action, and Tamasiga karma, the dull action, among which Sattvika karma is the most desirable one that can be performed in life. The Vedantic ethics, the spirit of Hinduism. Vedantic ethics reflects the spirit of Hinduism. Creativity, material culture, and spirituality form the basis of the golden economy. Then the ideas of development economics. The Indian ideas of development economics are revealed in the metaphor of 4 lions on the Ashoka pillar, the logo of the Indian government, each lion of which represents the market, the state, people, and the self respectively. Then the theory of human behavior, there is the Guna principle. Guna means quality. In the Indian Sankhya philosophy, the Purusha, consciousness, and Prakriti, the matter, are the basics of existence. Then the qualities of human behavior. The nature of human behavior is driven by 3 attributes or qualities called gunas, such as Sattva guna, goodness, Rajas guna, passionate, and Tamas guna, dull. Human beings are of 2 types. They are the divine and the diabolical. Then the divine, the principle of creative thinking, that is the base of Sankhya philosophy. The Western psychologists such as Sigmund Freud, Alfred Adler, and Ivan Pavlov have analyzed the individual and social behavior of man with underlying theories of modern psychology. The Indian sages, namely Patanjali, Kapila, and Kanada, explored the intellectual mindset of men and analyzed their mental insights in behavior patterns. In early centuries ago, the intellectual pursuit of mind is expressed in Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. Then 5 levels of mind. We have 5 levels of mind. This is a psychological aspect. Yoga is a spiritual absorption of mind, is called samadhi, that is perfection, which is the characteristic of mind pervading all its levels. Human minds have 5 levels of levels. They are diving, forgetfulness, oscillating, free. Then these levels are the basics of Indian psychology. Then there is a state of creativity, which is called Niruddha. Niruddha state is the creative ideas. In the Niruddha state, creative ideas manifest and mind is open to all that is happening in the world and understands things integrally. That is the Niruddha, the state of creativity. Then yoga is the cognitive spiritual absorption. Then the illuminating mind. The mind has the qualities of illumination, which forms of mental essence, the intellect, the activity, and the inertia. There are 5-fold operations of mind. Mind have 5-fold operations. They are real cognition, the pervasive cognition, the fiction, sleep, and memory. Then the real cognitions, the perception, the inference, and the verbal cognition. Then the perception is the mental operations of about external objects. The inference is the mental operation regarding the sphere of relation, which shows the connection with the same class and the disconnection from different classes of inferable object. Then pervasive cognitions. It is the false knowledge. Pervasive cognition is the false knowledge, established and show, not its own. Then pervasive cognition refers to non-science, also called avidya. Then fiction, related to literal idea, is devoid of substance. Then another state is sleep, is the mental operation having its grasp of cognition of absence. Then the memory is the absence of loss, in retention, and experienced objects. Then the science of spirituality. Spirituality is not the religious concept, but a universal paradigm of human development of all human beings. Then the creative enterprises, it is called Brahma in India. Then the paradigm of Prakriti, the nature, and Purusha, the consciousness. The Indian wisdom speaks about the holistic relationship between man and nature. The Indian life system, small idea. a small speaking about Indian life system. The Indian wisdom expresses the unity of spirit and matter. According to this theory, there are 4 stages of life in manhood, namely Brahmacharya, childhood, the Grihastha, household, Vanaprastha, the living from worldly lives, and Sannyasa, the leading a leisurely life. The end of life, the self-actualization. And it is not the attainment of paradise or heavenly abode. The Indian system of thought places greater importance on synthesis and harmony in any actions of life. Balance or equilibrium is to be maintained in every walk of life. The ultimate end of life is self-actualization, not attaining paradise or heavenly abode. The golden economy. Now, what is the golden economy? The golden economy is the economy of happiness and contentment, where people are leading a joyful life. The social principle of livelihood. The first words of Isha Upanishad contains the social principle of livelihoods. They are Tena Tektena Bunchida Magrada Kasya Sitanam, a Sanskrit words. Whatever you have gained by your own honest labor, that alone belongs to you. Enjoy the life with that and do not covet what belongs to others. Enjoy life with zest, with the fruits of your own honest labor. Avoid covetousness, which leads to exploitation. The golden means of life. A noble passage in Mahabharata expresses, do not seek after artha and kama, the detriment of dharma, nor seek after dharma, the neglect of artha and kama. English translation, this is the golden means of life which harmonizes ethical conduct, activity for material welfare, and enjoyment of normal pleasure as the ideal life of man. Now, the end script. The 3 values that Hindu Dharma taught to us are Daya, the compassion, Dana, the sharing, and the Dhamma, self-discipline. T.S. Eliot concluded his famous poem, The Wasteland, with the Sanskrit words from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, namely, Dayadvam, Dattada, Dhammyada. Practice compassion, charity, and austerity successively. Namaste. Thank you. That's all for it. Hello.
You. Thank you, VP. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for continuing despite the technical difficulties as well. Are there any questions for VP at all? Now's the time to ask them. You can simply pop your camera and microphone on to ask. And see if there's any in the chat box.
Yes. Anybody can ask questions regarding, because I have concluded it in a very systematic way with the time allotment, within the system of time allotment.
Thank you. So do we have any questions? Oh, we just saw someone joining now. We'll just give it a minute, VP. Craig, over to you.
Okay, I'll ask a question.
Duckworth.
So you mentioned, thank you very much, and it's a shame about the technical difficulties. Thank you very much, VP. So yeah, I'm just thinking of a few things really. You mentioned Weber, and you know, other discussions about the spirit of capitalism and Protestantism, and you know, how you know, I think a central thesis is that the atomism, the individualism required for markets is sort of created by this, supported by this kind of you know, Lutheran reformist changes, and how that changes the psychology of the individual and its the relationship with society more broadly. That's kind of a very potted attempt to remember something of what I've read around these things. So I'm wondering whether, when you talk about these principles that come in part from the sort of Vedic scripture, are you saying that they are things that are sort of deeply embedded, woven into the Indian economy, if you like? Or are you saying that they are do people wear these principles in your experience, or are you saying they ought to? I just wonder what your position is on those things.
Okay, thank you, sir. It's a good question. And before the advent of the Muslims and the what is called the British in India, and they invaded India, before that, the Caudilian principle has been experienced. At that time, the India was one of the richest countries in the world, and economic historian of Cambridge University has categorically stated that before 1000 AD, Indian economy was a developed country. I mean, the richest country in the world. So that pattern of developmental economics has been done by the implication or with the introduction of the Caudilian principle of knowledge. There are three important sectors in the economy: agriculture and animal husbandry, then science and technology, then third, craft economy, the craftsmen. These are the three sectors of the economy during the time of the early period of the time, and that comprised the fulcrum of the economic development of ancient India. So after the Muslim conquest, then after the invasion of the British, the picture of economic history of India has been dwindling. So because all the ancient system of economic aspect, that is spiritual economics, then the synchronization of the human development, what is called the nature and prakriti, as well as the consciousness, all these have been dwindling. So therefore, it was a historical past. So the golden economy, I have done it. I have called it as a golden economy, but that golden economy was a past history. But the knowledge has been there, and that Indian system of knowledge, the Indian wisdom of knowledge is there. So in the full paper, I have suggested that in almost all basic economic curriculum, both business economics as well as the entrepreneurial economics, we have to introduce one chapter on the Purusharthas and the Indian system of knowledge. Therefore, it will increase not only the economic development of the nation, but also the human development of the people.
Yeah, I think I get something from what you say. Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to just, I hope this isn't too simplistic, but you know the context of thinking about the context of globalization, and the recent history of India and globalization has been, as I understand it, you know, it's not been a very smooth road. But the extent to which there is, if you like, marketization of the Indian economy, or certain sections of it, or certain you know, perhaps more urban areas, is there what's the place of your, you know, these kinds of principles in that context?
I understand. So modern globalization is the aftermath of the past globalization principle of Indian economic thought, ancient Indian economic thought. In ancient India, there was a paradigm that Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, the entire world is one family. So that was the basic principle of Indian economic aspect, that is Indian international economics. So the very same principle is being applied nowadays all over the world, the modern globalization, because there is no what is called division between this country and that country. This is your country, this is my country. That was not a concept in ancient Indian wisdom of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. The entire world is one family. So that is your country, this is your country, and this is my country. That concept has been done away with during the early period of the time. So I think it is a reinvention. Modern globalization is a reinvention of the ancient economic thinking of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. The entire world is one family.
Interesting. Thank you so much. I think Paolo wants to come in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I apologize because the communication was very difficult. I couldn't hear properly, and so I probably missed some of the things you said. But what I wanted to understand is your overall discussion is more a presentation of the history of economic thought in India, or is it something that actually is present today? Because when I think about Indian economists, there is a wealth of Indian economists who are known worldwide, but the way they discuss economics basically is in line with the Western way of thinking, whether it be Mahalanobis or Amartya Sen or Getty Ghosh. They are in a way, if you change their names and put Western names, they could be Western economists. Yes. It wouldn't make any difference. So I wonder whether the things that you are saying, the things that you are saying really pertain to modern Indian economic thought. Thank you.
Okay. I understand. You are Paolo, sir. It is Paolo. I am so much happy to be hearing from you that this was a good question. So when India attained independence, Jawaharlal Nehru adopted the Soviet model of planning, controlled economy. So, but everybody knows that wealth can be created by private enterprises. So that means private enterprises economy is the wealth creating mechanism, whereas then through 5-year plans, the first prime minister Jawaharlal Nehru has adopted the Soviet model of economic planning. That is a centralized planning. So allocation of resources are made at the top of the economic aspect, but the decentralized system has been totally unseen in the Soviet model of economic planning. So that is the reason why Mahalanobis planning, Mahalanobis introduced the second 5-year plan. He built a second 5-year plan where he has given much importance to higher capital-oriented economic development system. So, whereas India was an economy where large number of people are there, but people-centered economical developmental organization should be there. So, India was a poor country at that time. So, in a poor country, capital is lacking, and humans are more, human beings. So, we have to make use of the human resources for agricultural development. In the entire economic planning mechanism of India, agricultural sector has been avoided. Only industrial sector has been developed. So this is one of the lacunae of Indian economic planning. So that is why India was poor. India was poor because of this type of economical, what is called the paradigm, non-paradigm of economic development, I think. That is my concept. That is my contention. Because India was a poor country, people are poor, agricultural economies, 80% of the Indian people are depending upon agriculture. But the first 5-year plan, the second 5-year plan, third, fourth, fifth, no 5-year plans has given importance to agricultural developmental aspect. That is why India became poor. So first we have to solve the problem of hunger and food. Then only we have to focus on what is called technological aspect. So Indian economic planning was not so good for removing poverty. So poverty can be the antidote of poverty is wealth creation. Wealth can be created by private enterprises, and the private enterprises have been locked in India during the early period of the independence. So that is my contention why India was poor at that time. Now, since 1991, economic liberalization, that is, economic reforms have been introduced by Manmohan Singh, and he was the when he was the finance minister of India. And since 1991, Indian economy has been increasing day by day. This particular concept has been focused by Kaudilya in his Arthashastra, the science of wealth. So Arthashastra produced 4,500 years back, when Adam Smith has published the Wealth of Nations in 1776. So I am focusing on Adam Smith, as well as my Bible books are Arthashastra of Kaudilya and Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. So all these categorizations are made for the development of the modern Indian economy. Is it okay, sir?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Paolo Ranzotti.
Thank you, Paolo.
Okay. I will come to Italy once. I will come to Italy. You can invite me.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for VP at all? He's happy to answer them. We have some time left. No. Okay. Oh, Florence, over to you.
Yes.
I've got a question. I agree with Paolo when he said that when you were presenting, it was touching us, so we couldn't see most of the, or hear properly most of the things that we were speaking about. I think what Paolo said, that if you try to answer this question and then you made a distinction between what is happening in the economy since 1991 onwards. So my question is, the ethics and the morality that you spoke about in the first part of your speech, do they still prevail in India the way you're trying to modernize? And well, do you think the morality and the ethical concept that you placed in your first speech, do they still apply? Or maybe they are doing away with those kind of concepts because they find that it's difficult to be moralistic and then actually economic superiority or wealth and all that. Do you think that concept still applies?
Okay, Florence Ankoma, thank you for your. You're from Africa?
Yes, please. Yeah.
No, okay.
I'm UK, originally from Africa, but based in UK now.
Okay, so there is there must be synchronization of ethics and economics. So deviation from economics from ethics is the root cause of all difficulties. There is no economics without ethics. So normative economics is important rather than positive economics. So we have been teaching economics in the university level, both this positive economics as well as normative economics. So normative economics catches ethics. So without ethics, no economics. That means in India, there are four important Purusharthas are Artha, Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. Dharma means righteousness. You can attain, or you can collect, or you can create money through peaceful means, ethical means. So this is the basic principle of ethical economics in India. Arthashastra categorically stated. But now what is happening in the entire world, everybody wants to produce wealth without making any system of action, without thinking of even ethical principle. So this particular mechanism is to be synchronized. That is ethics and economics. That means artha and dharma. Artha and dharma. Dharma means righteousness. Then artha means wealth. So the wealth and righteousness must be synchronized. So it must be joined together. So that is ethics. Ethics means dharma. Then economics means wealth. So this synchronization is the only mechanism, it is the only proposition, it's the only paradigm for solving the problem of entire world economy. Okay. Okay, Florence, sir. Florence, madam.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions at all? Okay. VP, thank you so much. I hope you can stick around for the end of the conference. There's a plenary at 3 o'clock. So thank you so much. We'll see you shortly. We will move on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Neil Hudson Basing, sir, and happy to be with you. And I will be looking forward to meet you again.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Lovely to have you here. Thanks for joining. Thank you. We'd like to welcome our next presentation, Economics, Ethics and Deliberation. So could I invite Craig and Imko to join on screen? Thank you. Oh, sorry, Craig, I'm not sure if you're on mute because I can't hear you.
Okay, so right, I shouldn't be on mute anymore. I'm now trying to share. Here we go. Okay, you should better see it. See it now. Okay. Hey, so I'll just walk people through this. Yeah. All right, so economics, ethics and deliberation. Let's see. Some of these slides are a little bit, a couple of slides are a little bit wordy because I just want to try and get it right. And there are a couple of things which are a little bit tricky, so I'll just there are a few more words on, so I apologize for that in advance. I just want to begin with this, this couple of comments, and then go to an overview of what the presentation will contain, and then at the end of that, probably come back to this comment and see if we've established anything. So it says here, a contrast can be observed between the reductionist or scientific content of orthodox economic analysis and the phenomenology of lived experience. So as was mentioned before, when talking to Wilfred, that this contrast between, I think, thickening and conception of experience, where the scientific way, of course, is to idealize, to reduce, and to simplify reality, and to employ a language that refers actually directly to the theoretical content, rather than, anything connected to lived experience. And of course, in very many cases, and I think Michel referred to Meki, you know, the ontology of the economic theorist is very often the economist theory. So there's kind of detachment between the language, the objects, the linguistic domain, so to speak, of the theory and the, you know, the actual real lived experience. Of course, arguably such a disjuncture is to be expected. The economist seeks regularities, while the emotive attachment that animates personal concern are grounded in the specific, the actual. So the, you know, what gets my goat about a local issue is not its sort of an abstract representation of it. I'm just really angry about, you know, I'm really angry about the fact there's no cycle lane, for example. But what I'm concerned about is the cycle lane, in fact, not an abstract construct. There's a discussion. Okay. But an important strand in normative economics sees a role for public deliberation in the evaluation of the merits of economic policy options. So that public deliberation, actual deliberation between actual people, in a sort of a Habermasian sense, if you like, in connecting Habermas's theory, or indeed in Sen's notion of capabilities, where he sees that, you know, if you want to know what a community cares about, let's ask them. So it's kind of public deliberation among actual people. Where the latter, economic policy options, where the latter, that is the policy options, are based on generic reasoning and gross abstraction. You know, it is legitimate to ask what manner of deliberation the public are expected to engage in. If it is to reflect their lived experience, how might economics support that? So we have a lot of, you know, really talented journalists, financial, economic, and, you know, other broader journalists who look at, who report on, you know, real economic issues on a day-to-day basis. And it's not as if there isn't public debate. You know, here in the UK, we have TV shows, and we have, you know, there are public fora in which we can thrash things out and have a bit of a row. So, you know, it's not as if there isn't public debate, but there is this kind of, it's not the journalistic representation of economy that feeds directly into policy. What feeds into policy is the theoretical propositions derived from economic science. So we've got this kind of, you know, disconnect, if you like. So is that problematic? If so, what can we do about it? What does it imply for economics? And then, you know, of course, economics, the self-conception of economics and economics curriculum. This next, okay, so a little bit of an overview then, and then I think I may well come back to that quote, those comments at the beginning. I'd like to begin with Sen's critique of welfare economics. And I want to use it just to kind of claim what is often claimed, that normative economics is disguised ethics. But I think using Sen, we can see how economics might be disguised ethics in a way that makes it problematic to view. It problematizes the relationship between economics as a science and public policy. What I think the basic point will be that the normative content of economics is supposed to be derived from economics itself, but actually it isn't. It's imposed from outside. It's extraneous to the theory. If that's the case, then that creates a problem for our ordinary understanding of the role of economics in public policy. That would be that's where I'm kind of heading with that first point. And then I want to use that to create a context that will help us to understand what is meant by a pragmatic conception of the role of economics in policy, in the policy framework, pragmatic conception. And then I want to point to a weakness in that pragmatic conception, and then suggest a corrective or possible correction, and then just mention some of its implications, coming back to the point that I made at the beginning. Okay, so let's see if I can just, this will need more work to be really refined, but let's see if I can make this point. So Amartya Sen, one strand in Amartya Sen's work, and of course there are many strands, is that there's a gap between personal welfare and choice, that the welfare economists more broadly would tend to assume there's a connection between the welfare, or more broadly, the well-being of a person and the choices that he, she, or they make. But if we look at the picture at the top right there, apart from a children's party, perhaps, we wouldn't normally go to an adult sort of dinner party and find that kind of behavior, everybody reaching out for the last, what looks like, I can't quite tell, rather large biscuit or cake. So we've got all these people reaching for this single last item. Well, why wouldn't we? Well, because the behavior is kind of norm governed. And if there was this just pure relationship between personal welfare and choice, then maybe we would observe that kind of behavior. And in Rational Fools, Sen comes up with a similar example, really. So maybe there isn't this connection, this direct connection between personal welfare and choice, because we don't observe that kind of behavior generally. He presents an alternative conception of rationality, an all things considered conception, in which he focuses on the idea of commitment as a kind of a highest order, highest order, if you like, management of our lives more broadly, but also a management of our plans, and then the choices that we make. And commitments might include recognition of and thereby commitment to norms. It might be commitment to a long-term goal, commitment to a cause, this kind of thing. And I said compare Margaret Gilbert and Michael Bratman, because I think in this area they are two people who really should be looked at if we want to take commitment seriously. Okay, so personal welfare in this picture doesn't drive decision. Really, it's kind of incidental. Long-term decisions about that great holiday I want to go on in a couple of years' time. Well, the decisions I have to take to actually make sure I go on that holiday, are they directly connected to my welfare now? Well, perhaps, but in a problematic way that's not normally captured by economic conception of welfare and choice. And you think I enjoy visiting my partner's parents. We do a lot of things that we don't necessarily want to do. It's imaginary. An economist might respond. Okay. And I think what I'm trying to do here, or what we're trying to do here, is to capture something which is true, sort of irrespective of how complicated the economist's conception of choice is, whether they're looking at expected utility, whether they're trying to accommodate preference change, that kind of thing. And we know that the way economists use preferences can get pretty technical. So to try to capture something that sort of an economist's basic response to a Sen type position is something like, I can assume surely that in the context of competitive markets, all choices are in a person's interest. Remember, I'm only interested in market exchange. These are voluntary choices. So if a choice wasn't in a person's interest, they just wouldn't make it. So whatever that choice is, whether it's a choice to, obey what is perceived to be a norm, whether it's the more environmentally friendly kettle, etc., etc. We might be able to trace that to a commitment. But when we think about market exchange and market choices, we can just reduce it to the idea of interest, surely, and get on with our work and set Sen aside. And this is pretty much what has happened to Sen's work on commitment, I think. So there's a problem, however, because what the economist has to do is somehow have a better than relation have a way of judging or ranking market outcomes, and has to recognize that they do affect human interest. So there has to be some kind of way of ranking these outcomes that somehow builds into them a respect for the fact that they are human interest affecting, or they are consequential for humans, unlike the natural scientist in their work. So, but interest won't do this. Why? Well, because all you're doing is identifying a property that each choice will have. If a choice is made, then it represents that, that it represents, or it implies necessarily that some kind of interest is at play. We haven't identified something that we can then begin to quantify. We've merely characterized something that's true of all choices. If we want a descriptive measure, we have to go beyond that. If we want to get normative about choice, we need a descriptive measure so that we can rank market outcomes. Then we have to have something that's measurable. So the thing is that whatever we choose, we impose it. We bring it from the outside. It's extraneous to the theory itself. It might be, we might opt for preference satisfaction, but it's actually extraneous to the theory. We're supposed to believe it's not. That the normative content, such as it is, of choices made, sort of are derived from, generated by the market choice itself, choices within markets. And I suppose my claim is that that's not true. And what Amartya Sen does is that he helps us to see a way of, pinning down why that's not true. Okay. So that I'm sure that's what I'm claiming there is relatively sort of controversial, maybe something you want to knock down. But let me continue with this. The point here is not just to make that point itself, but to see how it makes problematic our normal understanding of the relationship between economic science and normative policy. Policy is, of course, necessarily normative. So then, as it says in the last bit there, so the normative dimension of market outcomes is not generated by market choice, is imposed, and is therefore on all fours, or compatible with, or equally, has no privileged space, has no privileged place when compared with things like capabilities or opportunities, or any other measure that we might want to introduce into normative policy. So we have this problematic, actually, relationship between economics and policy, where we think, it seems, that the economists have a notion of efficiency, and it is intrinsically normative, without being controversial or complex in terms of the value propositions the ideas of value that underpin it. They would claim efficiency itself, and of course remember that this underpins arguments around trade comparative advantage, Stolper, Samuelson. It just underpins so much in economics that to argue that of course, arguing that it has no normative content, of course, is a little brave. But I just think it's the case. But the point here is that really all I'm doing is really creating a context with which a context for the next point, really, because it helps us to see the nature of what might be called a pragmatic conception of the relationship between economic science and public policy. And drawing on what is standard, really, is that we can use social choice theory rather than social welfare functions as a means to derive or to as a way to get normative about economic propositions. So the economic analysis produces economic claims, economic propositions, micro and macro. Now we don't have to be just concerned with these sort of fundamental micro theory. Macro too here is relevant. And so economic analysis produces these policy options. And then what social choice theory does, or SCT, is it gives us a way of then subjecting those policy recommendations to aggregation, whereby we imagine a democratic setting in which people are vote on these. They express their preferences over the economic policy options, and then we come to a final collective decision. That's the kind of the social choice theory approach. That's kind of what I'm calling version 1, because of course, as many of you will know, that when we look at social choice theory and we try to implement a model of aggregation which fits in with the economist's notion of the theory and science of choice, then we come across issues that have been with us since the 1950s, I think, when Kenneth Arrow first observed that that's a problematic notion, and that if we want an aggregative mechanism that satisfies some basic assumptions, weak Pareto, that the collective decision should that wherever everybody agrees, then that should be reflected in the collective decision. Independence of relevant alternatives, binary choices should remain binary choices in the collective decision, and non-dictatorship, and universality, of course, that the aggregative mechanism can take into account any preference ordering. This leads us into hot water, and we get what arrow. We get so-called Arrow's impossibility. So, but there is an alternative. There's a version 2 of this attempt to, inject normativity into the economic space, and that the version 2 here introduces from the notion of deliberative democracy and arguments in that field, which is simply political science, really, political theory, political philosophy. And it introduces the notion of public deliberation between the economic analysis and the aggregation. There are a couple of references there which I think are particularly helpful. For one thing, the idea is that public deliberation, technically speaking, in I think the first paper there, refers to single peaked preferences. If you can get single peaked preferences, then you can overcome the arrow problem, and public deliberation can, technically speaking, it can be shown that, let's say, that public deliberation can produce these single peak preferences. But more broadly speaking, staying away from the sort of the technical details, public deliberation sort of harmonizes preferences as people come to have their reasons for supporting policy options exposed to debate, and they're also exposed to the views of others, and then this can have a harmonizing impact on preferences. And once you get that, then you can feed those into the aggregation, and then you get a smoother ride into the collective decision. So version 2 there is really where is the kind of the model that I'm sort of thinking of. And it's a pragmatic conception because, well, we don't have to worry about thinking about the American pragmatists here, thinking about William James in particular, of course, Pierce, and Dewey, and so on. But most of you will be familiar with the pragmatic notion of methodology, that we can do away with the complexities of epistemology and ontology, we don't need those kinds of commitments to be able to move ahead in science. The proper conception of science is a practical conception. That our approach to scientific procedure should be a problem issue, should be an issue-based, practical problem-based approach. So we can see economic analysis here from a pragmatic perspective and not get too worried about the normative status of the propositions that economic analysis produces, because then all the normativity we need is at the level of public deliberation. And then, and then we can add to that, and then the process of aggregation itself is not just necessarily a cold application of an aggregated machine, but people going through the process of aggregation, through making those private choices, is kind of a final confrontation with their preferences. So the normativity belongs to deliberation and aggregation, economic analysis. Well, we from a pragmatic conception, we needn't get hung up on the status of normativity in economic analysis itself. Okay, so what's wrong with this framework? Well, what's wrong with this framework is, well, a lot of people argue that, there are things wrong with the idea of public deliberation. For one thing, it can be exclusive unless we're careful. It's important to look at how we institutionalize public deliberation. Irish Young, for example, sort of focuses on the way in which public deliberation can exclude those people whose, they're, well, I suppose, if you have institutions that are not encouraging people who wouldn't ordinarily engage in public deliberation, then you're not listening to them. But then even if you do encourage them, maybe their understanding of the world, their way of articulating their views and so on, if you're not careful, you may have a public deliberative framework that doesn't fully acknowledge doesn't place appropriate value on their contributions. It can be, and for similar reasons, it can be seen as elitist. It can be seen as pie in the sky. It can be seen as difficult to institutionalize. There's work by Fishburne, for example, on sort of polling in the States, as that's a real attempt to implement public deliberation. There are there's public deliberation around budgetary innovations, for example. I know in Brazil, for example, there have been some of that. Yeah, I'm sure that Irene and Ferda, a lot of things they were mentioning connected with this, and they will know more about that kind of thing than I. But there's something else that's problematic potentially with public deliberation, the combination of public deliberation and aggregation, that isn't often mentioned, it seems to me, certainly from what I've been reading, that there seems to be a background assumption that, well, for one thing, there's a particular approach to public deliberation associated with Joshua Cohen, who was one of the sort of originators of the idea of public deliberation. So he sort of took some ideas from Rawls and ran with them. And the idea there is that through public deliberation, we're uncovering some kind of truth. We're groping towards some kind of truth, what is truly the case. It's kind of almost a Peircean view. So that's pretty much, a Peircean view of scientific truth. But sort of connected with that, I think, or maybe influenced by that, is this view that deliberation promotes preference harmonization. And necessarily so, that your preferences tend to harmonize through debate. But it just might not be, that just might not be true. That just might not be true. So, I don't mind saying that I'm a bit of a Europhile and I regret Brexit. I'm not going to do anything to try to undermine the collective decision to leave Europe, even if the European Union, even if I could. I'm committed to the democratic process, but at the same time, I harbor some really strong feelings, regret, and so on. If you look at the work on politics of resentment as well, for example, and you know that very common split between rural and urban populations, and that you can get commitment to the collective outcome, to various decisions, policies, but that's consistent with deep divisions in society. And of course, we witness increasingly, and I read something interesting lately, which traces polarization to a kind of a pre-Facebook era. We very often just blame Facebook, but or Twitter moreover. But you know, that kind of polarization and severe polarization is consistent with commitment to the collective decisions. But there's an underlying tension, and it is problematic. Okay, so what I'm sort of arguing is that there can be persistent agent duality, and rather than assuming that deliberation promotes preference harmonization, there can be this persistent agent duality, because in order to deliberate, what is often expected, arguably what is perhaps even necessarily required, is that to engage in public debate and for for preferences to be potentially harmonized, there has to be, if you like, an objective stance adopted, so that a common a common perspective and a shared language can be used to engage in public deliberation. Now, I would argue that even in Habermas, where the sort of what's special about Habermas is that you get this direct route from the life world, from the everyday experience to public consensus. Even there, I would argue that, and of course, I've read this, it didn't come from me, but that of course there has to be the adoption of an objective stance towards one's preferences if one is to engage in public deliberation, which is suitable even in an Habermasian context. So what I'm saying is that we really ought to maybe stop thinking that preference harmonization is delivered almost necessarily through public deliberation. So there's a problem. And the thing about it is that more public deliberation may produce more resentment if the nature of the public discourse is detached from your perspective, your point of view. You're not listening to me. You're still not listening to me. And it's getting worse, and my resentment is building. So more public deliberation can promote more polarization, more resentment. And that's a potentially interesting point. Of course, there are papers that explore that. Okay, so this is the final bit. I'm conscious of time. So what I'm sort of proposing is to adopt what might be called a Rortian conception of the role of deliberation, and derivatively the role of economic science in relation to public policy in a democratic setting. Now, you'll note that what's been the deliberation in that sequence, economic analysis, deliberation, aggregation, I've called it type 2. That's the kind of deliberation that you might engage in around a specific policy options. But there's a type 1 deliberation introduced there, and that sort of directly is an attempt to take something from Rorty. Just to be really quick here, as quick as I can, if we look at an author like John Rawls, he argues that a type 1 deliberation, what I'm calling type 1 deliberation here, is essential in a pluralistic democratic setting. And what makes public deliberation possible is that kind of detachment from one's lived convictions, one's passions. So type 1 deliberation is kind of a detached approach. The thing about Rawls there is that the scientific reductionist economic analysis is really appropriate in that kind of context. It really fits because, you know, it's kind of a, it kind of underlines the fact that we're being objective, scientific about our public policy. But Rorty, I can't be brief about, I can't capture Rorty in a couple of seconds. It's kind of complicated, but Rorty rejects this kind of universalist approach that he would argue people like Rawls take. He would say something along the lines of, you know, this is really nice, but that, you know, each individual life has a poetry, and you know, that the texture of lived experiences, that each individual life is kind of unfathomably complex. And kind of, you know, rather than just abandoning that idea, he develops this idea, you know, he embraces that notion and that contingency. It's a kind of a Nietzsche versus Kant kind of perspective, and so that public deliberation itself, yeah, can be structured in such a way that it engages with the underlying narratives that characterize the population. So we don't get this yet. Now, once we do that, there's a great quote here from Cadillac at the bottom, which captures pretty much what I want to say here, which is critical pragmatism pivots on the claim that lived experience is the only reliable vehicle by which social intelligence is developed and meaningful democracy is pursued. Okay, so that really captures things kind of nicely. What does this mean then? Let me go quickly back to where I began, was that there is this kind of disconnect, this disjuncture between economic theory, economics as a science, and public deliberation. How, you know, what are the implications of what I've been saying for this? Well, an implication surely is that we need to if you like, up the status of a more, if you like, a more journalistic economics, or one that engages with the lived experience of people in their actual lives. Only then can we get a stable pragmatic conception of the role of economic science in public life. Stable because it engages with what I've called type 1 and not just type 2 deliberation. That's that. Thank you. Stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Craig. Does anyone have any questions for Craig? We invite you to ask questions, but simply pop your camera and microphone on to ask them, and we'll come straight over to you. So we've had a few people join. Imko had to leave Craig and apologise for leaving, but try and be back later. Any questions for Craig from our audience at all? No, not yet, Craig. So we'll keep it going for a couple of seconds. We'll hold off just to see. Yes. Or if you're more comfortable popping your questions in the chat box, you're welcome to pop them there too. We are keen to get some live conversation going, so it'd be great if you are happy to ask it live. Okay, in that case, Craig, are you happy for us to move on?
Yeah, absolutely. Never mind.
Fantastic, thank you. If anyone does have a question for Craig, we can invite Craig back a bit later to answer some questions. So we are slightly ahead of schedule with the program. So what we'll do is we'll take a short comfort break, just for 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, for our final session of the day. So we're joined by Jonathan Wight from the University of Richmond in USA. Please stick around after Jonathan's session for our plenary discussion, which is a really great opportunity to reflect on a lot of the themes that have come out of over the last 2 days, to share ideas, get some networking going, and yeah, just really take a chance to reflect back on the conference. But Jonathan, for your session, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This has really been a wonderful conference, very well organized, and I've enjoyed many of the papers. Given the time difference, I haven't been able to hear all of them, but I've enjoyed the ones I was able to hear. What I'm going to talk about is a case study on kidney supposed markets. And this is something I use in class. This in particular is an article by Gary Becker and Julio Elias, introducing incentives in the market for live and cadaveric organ donations. It's a really interesting article. I think the authors make somewhat of an attempt to deal with the ethical issues, but as you will see in my presentation, there are some pretty big gaping holes. And so in my ethics and economics class, we tackle this reading as a way to basically help them see how would you approach a public policy issue that is highly contentious like this one. And like many of the authors have done today, I'm going to start with ethical frameworks, and then we'll go on to talk about moral limits to markets, motivational crowding out, evolution of moral norms, coercion, and corruption. And we may or may not get through all of these slides, in which case I'll have to just send you my slides. And my apologies for not being a more concise speaker, but I'll do my best to get through it all. But in any event, this is what you've all been talking about for the last couple of days about different ethical frameworks. And we had a wonderful discussion on ethical pluralism, the idea that more than one ethical framework could be helpful when examining complex social problems. I actually wrote a book about this called Ethics and Economics: An Introduction to Moral Frameworks, that came out in 2015. And here's the basic rundown, which you've seen in other ways, but I like to present it this way in class. We talk about, it starts with a person, a human, who takes an action, and the action has consequences. Or I like to, in class, talk about the 3 Ps. Everything is a marketing thing, right? We got to market ethics and economics as 3 Ps. It's about the person, about the process, and about the payoffs. A famous American football coach, Vince Lombardi, said, winning isn't everything, it's the only thing. So consequences are the only thing that matter. And of course, we know as parents and as colleagues that we also are worried about the process or the actions that you're taking. It isn't whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game. And we know that also in virtue ethics, we'd worry about character and virtue. And within each of these different ethical frameworks, there are also alternatives. So it's not as if you can just pick one ethical framework and that'll solve all your problems. No, once you pick a particular framework, you then have to pick which model within that framework do you find particularly convincing. And when we talk about outcome-based ethics, it's tricky. Economists like to say that they are utilitarians, but they're really not. As I'll explain in a little bit, I think it's a mistake to equate economists with utilitarians, because a utilitarian has a moral obligation to consider everyone's pleasure and pain, even animals. Whereas an economist would say animals don't have money, they can't buy or spend in the market. So in terms of static economic efficiency, welfare, they don't count. And likewise, a poor person isn't counted to the same extent that a rich person. And more to the point, the standard Calder-Hicks static economic efficiency does not address long-run dynamic economic efficiency, which in many cases is a more appealing outcome that we should be concerned with, innovation and growth. We could also worry about fairness, liberty, saving lives, or we could worry about some combination of these. And so the claim that I make in my book is, I think, pretty true, that most of us, most of the time, want some mix of outcomes. I want, of course, to have a higher wealth, but I also want a certain level of fairness, and I want liberty. And it's a juggling act between these different outcomes as to what would be the best policy. And I think this has to be part and parcel of every economic education, to see the different potential outcomes and the strengths and weaknesses of appealing to each of these different ones. Now, trade-offs do exist, and there are some very famous writers, many of whom I like. I like Robert Frank, and I love Ben Bernanke stuff, but when they wrote in their textbook, economic efficiency enables us to achieve all our other goals to the fullest extent possible, that is simply false. That is wishful thinking. So you've got two patients who need blood, a 6-year-old orphan, and you've got an 80-year-old heiress, and you only have 1 pint of blood. You're the doctor. What would you do? According to the short-run economic Calder-Hicks efficiency, we would sell the blood to the heiress, and that maximizes the wealth created through exchange. But obviously, that would not save the most life years extended. So there's clearly a trade-off here between economic efficiency and other goals, like saving the most lives in this case. But I want to emphasize, you could come back with a dynamic efficiency argument and say something like, well, if you created a market for blood and the price went up, that would encourage more people to donate blood. Donate is the wrong word. More people to sell blood, and you'd have more lives saved in the long run, more children saved in the long run, if you had a market for blood than if you didn't. And again, that would be a very interesting, contentious debate to be had. But it gets beyond short-run efficiency considerations. When we think about pricing blood, we can think about pricing other things, like, do we price grades? There's a shortage of A's in my class. Should I simply take the highest bidder as to who gets grades? What about babies? Landis and Posner argue that selling babies is a good idea, and babies will end up in families that value them the most and can give them the highest education and health care. So it's in the baby's interest that we establish a market in babies. And of course, you know, Jonathan Swift said satirically he wanted to eat babies and use them for food. Anyway, onward from there. So that gets us to, should we sell human organs? And this is how I would frame, I'm going to show you how I would frame the debate, and then I'm going to show you how Becker and Elias frame the debate. Whenever there's some amount of donations, I would say at a zero price, there's a certain amount that's willingly available, and economists would then add beyond that donated amount. If you wanted more, you would just raise the price. So we can think about when the first English settlers got to Virginia, my home state, in 1607, there was plenty of free water. Supply and demand intersected at a zero price. You could go to the local stream and get clean, free water, no problem. But of course, as more people arrived, the demand for water went up. And so today we have water that is priced in the marketplace, and nobody thinks anything about it. It's just the normal way that the markets developed. So we could use standard economic logic to talk about kidneys. Here we are, the number of donated kidneys right here. And then if we want to get some more kidneys, we simply, and at the zero price, currently we've got a zero price. There's a legal price ceiling at zero. So currently we've got a quantity demanded here, quantity supplied here. That leaves us with a shortage of this amount. And this is leading to people waiting for a long time for a kidney and a lot of deaths. So the standard economic argument would be, let's raise the price. Let's get to equilibrium. At that equilibrium price, we've got a lot more kidneys available, and we can save a lot more lives. So this is the standard argument, which I don't think is wrong. It's just woefully incomplete, as we're going to see. So I think in trying to develop a public policy, we really need to delve into the ethics a whole lot more. This is a huge issue. This is the graph from the Becker and Elias paper showing the total number of people on the waiting list, which is huge, and the number of transplants and the number of living transplants. And this is what the authors want to do. The authors want to incentivize living people to make more transplants so that we can meet this need. And living transplants have the benefit of the quality of the organ is typically better. The seller of the organ would typically be younger than someone who is deceased. So there are a lot of interesting quality reasons for also wanting to get younger transplants. As it turns out, we have a price ceiling of 0. There's a huge shortage. That shortage is allocated by UNOS, located in my home city of Richmond, Virginia. And this is the building, and this is the brain center of UNOS. It's a computer command post, looks like a airport control tower where they're directing planes to fly in, and that's exactly what it is. They are directing where organs, all kinds of organs, are sent around the country. And because of the shortage, they're allocating them not on price, but on location, time on the waiting list, favoritism, urgency, expected survivability, and other factors. So these are the people who are basically playing God with the lives of patients. And Becker and Elias are saying, let's get rid of this entire operation. There's no need for this agency, which is supported by a grant from the Health and Human Services Department. Why do we have the government involved? Why don't we simply let the market handle this? And as it turns out, it's going to be a lot more complicated, but currently there are 90,000 people waiting for a kidney transplant. So this is a huge issue. As you can see, the number of living donors has been increasing quite a bit, and the number of deceased donors has been increasing. So there are ways of getting more kidneys aside from increasing the price. We'll say more about that in a minute. Now, one of the big issues in a debate such as this is motivational crowding out. Something that previously was priceless, I'm donating my kidney, I'm saving a life is priceless, so I'm essentially creating something of infinite value. As soon as you put a price tag on it, my donation has now dropped substantially. In Becker and Elias's claim, they want to have the price be something like $15,000. And so what was priceless now becomes worth $15,000. And would donors react in a negative way to that? And there's a lot of interest in this kind of a question. In class, I asked my students this question. You're at a party trying to decide how to hook up with an attractive stranger. And if you offered them monetary compensation for sex, would that make you more or less attractive to them? And oh, the groans you hear from my students are pretty intense. I mean, they are outraged and horrified that somebody would have the gall to try to offer them money. On the other hand, if you offered a nice dinner and roses for the same expense, they would love that. So in one case, money is this anonymous and transactional utilitarian kind of use of money. And in the other case, you've taken it into a personal relationship situation, and the two are quite different. And there have been a lot of interesting articles on that subject. Deirdre McCloskey, when talking about her transition to a womanhood, calling it a decision takes it out of the realm of identity and puts it into the realm of rational choice. And that's one of the habits in economic science that humanomics corrects. We don't want to say everything we do boils down to some decision, rational calculation of costs and benefits. And this was made apparent in the Frey and Oberholzer-Guy study on offering citizens of Switzerland a price incentive to put a nuclear waste repository in their backyards, and the offer of a monetary reward suppressed the supply of the public good. Offering money reduces the available willingness to go along. So motivational crowding out is a possibility, certainly with kidneys. And how would I model that? I would show the market donated without the amount donated if we didn't have a market. If we did have a market, the amount donated could fall. So any supply curve that you would draw would not start at the original quantity supplied. It would start quantity donated. It would start somewhere to the left. And what that means for your analysis is the price is going to be higher that you would need, and the number of lives saved presumably would be lower than you would otherwise calculate. Now, Becker and Elias examine this, and they say, well, this doesn't seem realistic because we've had the volunteer army, and going to a paid army did not crowd out people who would otherwise volunteer. Similarly, we expect that payment for organs would encourage donors who are somewhat altruistic, but from whom altruism alone is not enough. Now, I want to emphasize motivational crowding out does not claim that all voluntary donations, all civic motives would be crowded out, only that some would, and this might be large enough to matter. And I want to emphasize they use the example of the so-called volunteer army in the United States. It's not a volunteer army. It's a paid army. And in order to keep people from worrying that it's a mercenary army, I mean, they try very hard to not be seen as being mercenary. So all of the advertisements for the US Army, in class, I play them advertisements from the US Army, and all the ads are appealing to duty and virtue. And oh, by the way, yeah, you get a salary, and the salary may be compatible with what you could get in the private sector in some cases, but we're really emphasizing we want to attract people because of their motives of duty and virtue. So I think there's a real confusion in the Becker and Elias article about saying this is a volunteer army. Well, volunteers work for free because of intrinsic motivation. And army members who have voluntarily consented to the terms of paid exchange are workers. They're not volunteers in the way I would use that language. So language matters, and Becker and Elias want to frame the debate in a certain way to appear that people who are getting paid for their kidneys are also donating or volunteering, and I think that's problematical. Also, once we go to such a system, it may be irreversible. Thank you, George DiMartino, for your talk yesterday, emphasizing the irreparable harm that sometimes could happen. There's a very well-known paper about the Israeli daycare center where they tried out fines to get people to behave better, and imposing a fine or a fee actually made people behave worse. And then once they went back to having no fines, they couldn't get people to change their behavior. You had basically polluted their preferences. Thank you, David George, for your lovely book on preference pollution. And if you're interested in the evolution of such moral norms, let's read Adam Smith together. Anyway, now we're finally getting to Becker and Elias's treatment. This is a complicated graph. I apologize if I go through it a little too quickly. Basically, it looks something like this. They're going to frame the debate by saying, we're not buying a kidney, we're buying a kidney transplant. And a kidney, the surgery costs $160,000. And if we had a free transplant, that is a donated transplant, this is the number of donated transplants. And then beyond that, we have no transplants available. And so you can see that at the surgery cost of $160,000, the quantity demanded is out here. The amount available for donation is here. That leads to the gap, which is the shortage. And the authors claim they're going to eliminate that gap by offering money to sellers, whom they call donors. Now they're going to claim that if you offer $15,200, we'll get to why they use that amount in a minute. If you offer that amount of money, you will have an unlimited supply of kidneys available for sale. So they're claiming that S*S represents a supply of kidneys a perfectly elastic supply of kidneys when you're paying kidney transplants, excuse me, when you're paying 15,200 for a kidney, you reach equilibrium here. You've saved a whole lot more lives. The shortage is eliminated. And this is a very powerful story they're trying to tell. And let's dig into some of the problems with this story. First of all, where do they get the 15,200 from? Well, it was the back of the envelope calculation. They calculate your risk of dying and the value of your life. That comes to 5,000. Time lost from work, that's a month's wages, 2,700. Potential risk of loss of quality of life. And they have no good data, they claim. So they said, we're just going to add an arbitrary amount, 7,500. And that's going to bring us up to 15,200. And note that they don't include any procurement costs. And I should also note that as you get into the details of what they're proposing, there has to be a pretty strong regulatory body overseeing this process, and they do not include any discussion about that. But in any event, they framed the story by packaging kidney sales with transplants. And I think by doing that, they're basically saying, hey, it's just a 10% of the total cost. It's a minor amount. Why should anybody care if we pay for a kidney? He calls sellers live donors. That would be incorrect. If you're a seller, you're a seller. A donor is someone who gives something away for free. There's no motivational crowding out. Assumes the supply is highly elastic. And this is getting to the big bugaboo, does not allow for differences in opportunity costs. That back of the envelope calculation, trying to calculate someone's opportunity costs, is just made up. That's not a market supply. This is not really a supply curve. This is a fixed price set by, in this case, two economists, but in their example, it would be a bureaucrat, would set a minimum price and a maximum price for kidneys in the marketplace. This is definitely not a supply curve. I don't know how they would have the audacity to call this a supply curve, given that people are not making voluntary choices as to how much they're able to sell at different prices. We're simply setting a price. And then we're making a claim that the quantity supplied would be sufficient at that set price, which would mean, in fact, you are offering a price higher than the equilibrium. So there would be, in fact, a surplus at that price. Wow, that's getting into a lot of stuff. So 15,200 is the set price. It's going to have to be a highly regulated market. It ignores imports, and it ignores James Buchanan's critique of back of the envelope cost benefit calculations because we're ignoring the true opportunity cost. Buchanan says cost is that which the decision maker sacrifices when he or she makes a choice. It consists in his or her own evaluation of the enjoyment or utility that he anticipates having to forego as a result of selection among alternative courses of action. Cost cannot be measured by someone other than the decision maker. There is no way that subjective experience that can be directly observed except through voluntary exchange. In short, this 15,200 number misestimates costs because non-pecuniary values cannot be observed in hypothetical transactions. So where does this take us? Well, if the supply curve were perfectly elastic, then we've got a surplus of kidneys at that price. There are a lot more people willing to sell than people willing to buy. How are you going to pick the sellers? You're going to have some sort of non-market mechanism for picking sellers through favorism, lottery, first come. And if you do allow for an actual market, some sellers with lower opportunity costs would offer bribes to be picked. In other words, the supply curve really is not horizontal at all. And this raises the issue potentially of coercion. Sandel's lovely book on what money can't buy argues that coercion may not be the strongest argument for the moral limits to markets. But in some cases, it can be quite important. And perhaps in this case, it could be elevated to being quite important. And so coercion is the potential injustice that can arise when people buy and sell things under conditions of severe inequality or dire necessity. And Becker and Elias counter this by saying, well, poor people want to sell their kidneys. Do you want to be the one to deprive them of the chance to earn money by selling one of their kidneys? We can survive on one kidney. We only need one to survive. So back in the olden days, people would sell teeth. And, you know, why not let people do this? Some women sell their eggs. Some women sell their bodies for carrying the children of other people. So some football players injure their own bodies and seek fame and fortune. Sumo wrestlers have a noted low life expectancy. So why not let people sell a kidney, even if they knowingly know, if they know all the risks? And they note, this is Becker and Elias saying, a sizable fraction of Indians, almost half, who were paid for providing a kidney reported bad health experiences. Oh my gosh. And so did a considerable percent, 60% of Iranians. Almost 80% asserted if they could do it over again, they wouldn't have sold their kidneys. Oh my God. So there's appears to be a lot of asymmetric information and consumers making decisions that with hindsight they regret. And the authors simply throw out that information. And they say, that doesn't apply to the US because we have much better quality care. We would also require that donors be fully informed in writing and in person of the risks, the length of the recovery and other possible risks. And if you're worried about impulsive decisions, a cooling off period could be required to give donors sufficient time to change their minds. Well, if you're going to be doing all of this, that's going to require a pretty big regulatory authority that's going to assure that the candidates for selling their kidney can speak English, that the materials are in the language of the person who is selling their kidney, that they're not being coerced by third parties, et cetera, et cetera. I think you're asking a lot here without providing any details into the substance of that. Let me just give you a quick example. Mali in West Africa has a per capita income of about $750 a year. I just looked up what it would cost to fly from Bamako to New York. It costs about $500 to fly from Bamako to New York. So why, and by the way, there's something like 200,000 people held in slavery in Mali, according to reports. So it is true that Becker and Elias do not even address the issue of importation, but I think that's a huge omission because that's where I think a lot of people would come from. If we really had a market and we got rid of this fake 15,200 pricing thing, and we actually were to allow people to sell based on their opportunity costs, you can imagine a slave seller in Mali basically making a little calculation. Look, the standard of living in Mali is $750 a year. I could offer someone 2 years' wages. That's $1,500. Airfare is $500. I have other expenses. Let's just say $3,000. Total expenses to me of $5,000. And Becker and Elias, if we use their number, would be willing, oops, something happened to my screen here. Okay, Becker and Elias would be willing to pay me $15,000. So I just made $10,000 profit. And I should mention also that in the Becker and Elias calculation, if everything is based on opportunity cost, there is no producer surplus at all. But here I could make a producer surplus of $10,000 per patient. If there are 100,000 people waiting on a waiting list for kidneys, there's a potential market here of $1 billion in producer surplus that's going unclaimed. So my claim would be that if we were to allow something like Becker and Elias want, we would definitely want to address coercion more carefully than they did in their paper, because to think that we wouldn't be getting imports of kidneys, I think is a huge mistake. Right now, medical tourism is a pretty huge business. People flying to Thailand, people flying to the Bahamas. This is a big industry. Why wouldn't people take advantage of this to fly kidney sellers to the United States? Of course, Sandel's big problem with some type of markets is corruption. That may or may not be as strong an argument in this case, but he's talking about there are some goods and services for which the sale would degrade intrinsic values in the community. These are what we might call moral goods. And if you were to commodify a body, then poor people would simply become a collection of spare parts for the rich, which used to be the case, by the way. And Sandel is careful to note there may be cases in which commodification is morally objectionable, and yet all things considered, the practice should not be banned. And I want to get back to that in my conclusion. So Frankenstein, is he just a collection of parts, or is he more than that? Of course, we know Immanuel Kant dealt with the selling of teeth, and he was opposed to that because of the corruption issue. And I've got quotes to Kant there. And of course, the Pope, proceeding by way of the different logic, is also opposed to any idea that you could buy or sell because of the corruption of some ideal in the community. And Becker and Elias come back at this by claiming that we currently commodify some body parts, so why not commodify kidneys as well? Of course, we know that a lot of people have written on this subject. We've got Thaler and Sunstein want to nudge people towards donating more by changing the rules of consent for how kidneys are donated on death. And Becker and Elias attack this argument, saying that it is a dangerous principle. Amitai Etzioni talks about a way to use moral suasion to reaffirm social and civic identity rather than individualism. Let me show you an example of how this is done. And I've got to stop this share. And I've got to go to a different share. I can find this, sorry. This is the way a hospital in Vermont attempts to honor those people who are doing a kidney donation. It's a very moving experience. I'm going to play just a little bit of this. Hope you can hear it.
Here at UVM Medical Center, we had our first honor walk, which is when all staff is invited to line the halls as we escort an organ donor from the ICU to the operating room. It was extremely moving to see everyone come together and as an organization support our donor and her family as they went to the operating room. It was hard to not cry as we walked down the halls to the operating room where she was going to save lives. This woman had registered to be an organ donor when she had gone to the Department of Motor Vehicles. So her wish was that if anything ever happened to her, that she be an organ donor. A selfless gift. She offered no limitations. Anything that she could give that would help people, she was willing to do. Her family knew and was not surprised with this decision. They said she was an amazing, selfless, generous person.
So that is a completely different approach to trying to get organ donations through basically trying to capture the civic spirit, the civic motivation. And as I mentioned to you, Becker and Elias do not address that. Okay, what are my conclusions? Well, I do think that monetary incentives could eliminate the organ shortage and save lives, depending on the amount of money you were willing to offer. I think you could find poor enough people in desperately poor areas who would be willing to sell, not donate, a kidney. And that in order to regulate this would be a pretty big job to screen these candidates to make sure that these were not part of some organized slave network and so on. I think it raises the issue that economic science is not engineering. All of the ethical dimensions need to be fleshed out. If we go down the path towards paying for body parts, I think it's a one-way path. There's no coming back. And I think that Becker and Elias implicitly recognize this by the way they structure their proposal, although they don't explicitly say a lot of these things. First of all, they're making a market in the title of the paper, but this is not a market. This is a highly regulated exchange authority that would set fixed prices and limit access. It would assume a strong regulatory authority, but it makes absolutely no provision for it. They claim that the sellers are donors, which is kind of a bow to the moral limits to markets complaints. They disallow low price sellers. Again, you've got a minimum price. You can't sell below that. That's a bow to coercion. They package the kidney sale with transplant. That's a bow to commodification. And they do not make any claims that the market will maximize wealth, which is strange for people who support the market. Generally, we talk about the wonders of the market being able to create wealth for society. Becker and Elias assume that all costs can be compensated for. There is no irreparable harm. It assumes that all goods are welfare commensurable. All of these are substitutable goods. Again, thank you, George, for your talk yesterday. So I think that the Becker and Elias article is an excellent teaching device. I think they explore the issue of organ sales in an interesting way. It's kind of a, how would a standard neoclassical economist address the issue of organ sales while dabbling in some of the ethical elements. And I think all of these ethical elements need to be better developed and looked at if you really want to examine this. So as a teaching device, I think this is a good foil for your classroom to talk about these kinds of issues. And when it gets to the bottom line, what is my bottom line? Well, I'm convinced that, yes, you could pay some amount of money and save a lot more lives. I mean, when you visit the UNO Center in Richmond, they take people on tours, at least before COVID. And your heart goes out to the people on the waiting list. These are people who will die in a few months or a few years if they don't get a transplant. And so trying to figure out how we can do this better, I think, is going to take a pluralistic ethical approach. It's going to take some sort of appeal to duty ethics and virtue ethics, along with perhaps compensating the sellers for some of their activities and or compensating families for some of the expenses that they might incur. And so there's some mix of all of these things that have to go into the pot. And should compensation for actual expenses be in there? Yeah, I think that would be very helpful. And I think we would want to use euphemisms and simply talk about out-of-pocket expenses and so on. We wouldn't, your motivation for providing the kidney is altruistic, but you're going to incur some costs, so we want to make sure that you are compensated for those costs. So I think where we're going with this is fine, but I think you really need to address some of the duty and virtue and not simply dismiss it out of hand as Becker and Elias do in their article. Thank you very much. I look forward to your comments.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I've just popped a message in the chat box to see if there are any questions. So we do have one from George. It's a bit of a long one. So I'm in a noisy cafe, so we'll put my comments here. Jonathan, are you endorsing Buchanan's view on CBA that only affected agent can price the good, and by implication that price is always right, ethically right? What if the poor sell cheap owing to desperation? That's the first question. 2, you haven't discussed the ethical status of the demand curve for kidneys. Is your objections focused entirely on the supply side of the market?
I'm sorry, can you, Neil, can you do these one at a time?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
And can you repeat the first one for me?
Okay. Are you endorsing Buchanan's view on CBA that only the effective agent can price the good, and by implication that price is always right, ethically right? What if the poor sell cheap owing to desperation?
What is the last part?
What if the poor sell cheap owing to desperation?
Yeah. Well, I obviously find his complaint to be worthy of consideration, which is to say, we can't just make up supply curves. The only way we can know what a supply curve is to observe voluntary behavior. And obviously, if you're doing some sort of cost-benefit analysis, you are taking some average number that you would expect, and you are imagining what that average number is. And Buchanan's complaint about that, I think, is well-founded. And I would say we do need to worry about coercion or potential coercion. And I think that covers the last part of that. But I would like to, was that George DiMartino who had that question?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay, so I'd be happy to hear from George more how he would answer those questions. Okay. And what's the second question?
And the second one, you haven't discussed the ethical status of the demand curve for kidneys. Is your objection focused entirely on the supply side of the market? Can't you subject the thinking around the D curve to the same kind of critique for essential goods like kidneys? D is a function of income after all, but perhaps kidneys should be viewed as a merit good, say that they should be distributed on grounds other than market demand.
Yeah, that's obviously a wonderful point. And in their article, Becker and Elias actually claim that all of the demand is being paid for by government, so that the issue of a poor person not giving access would not be an issue, because the price of the surgery and the kidney would typically be paid for by the government, they claim. In real life, however, if people lack access to insurance, that would be a big issue. And we could, in fact, try to deal with the issue of public health care as a right, but that was beyond the scope of my paper.
Thank you. And what time for one more question, which is from George says, thank you. Irene says, the question is, at what price would Prof. Wright sell his own kidney?
At what price would what?
Would Professor Wright sell his own kidney?
Oh, me? I am way too risk averse. Why do you think I became a university professor? I don't want to be in the market. So there's probably, it all depends. I mean, I think everything is contextual. And if my wife needed a liver transplant, and the only way I could afford a liver transplant was to sell one of my kidneys, well, yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat. So everything is contextual for me, as I presume it is for everybody else. So Irene, what's your answer?
Irene, please come and let us know. Yanis, we'll come over to your question.
Hi there. Yeah, I'm Yanis. I'm a PhD student. I'm doing actually ethics and economics. So this conference has been perfect for me. Thank you all. So yeah, my question is much more general than maybe you would like it to be. It's actually based mainly on your book and today's lecture. So what I want to ask you is, Do ethics actually change when they are inserted into economics and into economic theory? Because apparently Broom 2004, he said that utilitarianism should not be the same, is not the same, and should not be the same in economics and in moral philosophy. So have we reached the point where economics actually define ethics? Like, have we reversed the whole Scottish Enlightenment procedure of giving birth to economic theory through moral philosophy? And have we, do we actually define ethics through economics? And I have a second part of that, but if you would like to answer that first.
And the answer is yes, of course. To some degree, the conversation goes from economics back to ethics. This is a point made, I think, by Amartya Sen in his work. So Sen would claim that philosophy, of course, informs economics, and also economics can inform ethics. And so it is a two-way conversation. And I think in my own life, studying economics, the standard neoclassical economics, has in some cases been very helpful to my understanding of the world I'm living in, and therefore has affected my ethical stance on some issues. So I think it's a two-way street.
Okay, so the second part is that if that is actually the case, as you say, and economics do kind of produce an ethical conversation, if we are to insert and if we are to correlate other moral theories, other moral philosophy theories like virtue ethics or more particularism or something like that, are we becoming radical, economically radical? Because from my point of view, you cannot connect something other than utilitarianism with the neoclassical model of utility maximizing and efficiency. And
I would disagree greatly.
Okay.
I have a blog on ethics and economics.
I know.
And the blog has been sort of dead for a while, but my colleague Mark Wight has just reinvigorated it. And Mark is a Kantian who does Kantian ethics and economics. And I think you can look at just the standard view of trade as showing respect for the other individual. I'm going to treat you as an autonomous individual. I'm going to assume that you're a rational human being and that we're now going to allow voluntary trade. And so I show you the respect. You know, Pareto efficiency is really about deontology. It's about showing you the proper respect to treat your decisions with respect. And so I think, no question, you could be a deontologist and do economics and ethics. And likewise, I think you can be a virtue ethicist. Look at all the work by Deirdre McCloskey, talking about how virtue informs the economic agent, and that plays a huge role in the, as she calls it, the great human betterment of the 19th and 20th centuries. And you also, as I think Wilfred was trying to get at earlier today, you can be an economist and do rule utilitarianism. Rule utilitarianism is really not about the short-run outcomes at all. It's really about the process. You could also be a good economist and look at other outcomes, like saving lives as the most important thing. So I think you can use all of the ethical frameworks, and sometimes you can use even the economic tools to address some of those.
Great, thank you. That was a perfect answer for my question. Thanks.
Thank you for your question.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Yanis. There are some comments in the chat box, Jonathan.
Okay.
I'll feed these to you. So Irene says, when you were answering your question about the kidney, then you were not entitled to talk about other people's kidneys being on the market. Rebecca says that's not contemptuous so much as revealing the extent to which this is a system biased against the poor. And Irene says this is contextual. Wealthy people setting prices for the poor to sell their kidneys, whilst they would never sell their own kidney because they are risk averse, as if raw people are not risk averse. So I'm happy for you to respond, and then we'll move on to the next session.
It's hard for me to see what these questions are and the way my screen is showing it here.
They're less questions and more
I take all
comments.
of these comments, pardon me?
They're less questions and more comments.
Okay. So I think the point about rich people setting prices for the poor, I think that's a great comment. I mean, I have no response to that.
That's it then. Jonathan, thank you so much. Great to meet you. Thank you for being here. We are going to move on to our reflection session now. So you are very much invited to pop your cameras and microphones on, and I'm going to hand over to Craig, who's going to share some reflections, and you are also very much invited to contribute towards that. So Craig, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, I mean, I'll just make a couple of comments, and then if anybody wants, I just thought it'd be nice to have an opportunity, give people an opportunity to make a kind of a final contribution if they wish to. If you don't, that's perfectly fine. So yeah, just a couple of comments from me, I guess, which is, well, I think that I have learned a lot, and you know, been really quite inspired and even more enthusiastic about this topic than I was, to be honest. It's because it's helped me to see ways in which I think my natural inclination was to see it as almost sort of ethics and economics as a branch of philosophy of economics, you know. So it being philosophy of economics, then it's the branch is ethics of economics, and so it's about really exploring the mainstream and seeing, you know, how it can be interpreted, extended, etc. But I think that over these 2 days, what I've come to see more personally is that, and particularly with perhaps with Jonathan Wight's paper, that you know, maybe there's an ethical economics which you know, combines the two and doesn't really, you know, foreground the mainstream in the same way. An ethics which, on the one hand, is, I think, drawing on again on one of Jonathan Wight's bullet points here, where noting the ethics needs to be fleshed out. So, you know, we shouldn't really be just working with a you know, fixed framework. I mean, that would be, you know, taking the 3 dominant positions in ethics and then simply applying them almost slavishly would probably be a mistake. That it needs to be explored and fleshed out and need to be really subtle about the ethics. But at the same time, there's, you know, even if we decide that it's inappropriate for there to be a market per se, we can use nonetheless the kind of reasoning that the mainstream would use around incentives and so on to talk around pricing and allocation. And bringing the two together may be really extremely productive. And that's kind of the impact it's had on me. Yeah, another area seemed to be this idea of deliberation, which a few people mentioned. And I was also really captured by that notion of, I think it was Michelle in particular, talked about the research methodology and a pluralist research methodology. And it is striking how economists, you know, tend not to explore the methodology that they're using and don't get exposed to alternatives. And I thought that was particularly, for me, particularly interesting. So for me, it's been really quite inspiring, and I'd like to say thank you very much. And just give an opportunity if anybody feels that they want to make a, you know, final sort of statement or want to say something before we close. Please do take this opportunity.
I think we have it's fairly quiet this afternoon.
Yeah,
I think it's been 2 days. I think people are processing everything.
Absolutely. I think it's surprising. It's 3 p.m. on Friday, and we've had enough ethics to last a long time. Okay, so I mean, I would just thank you very, very much indeed, and I'll pass over to you.
Oh, Rebecca's raised her hand. Rebecca, we'll come over to you.
Hi. So I would just offer the reflection I am in the US, I'm a feminist social ethicist. And so I work on economic ethics and have for, all of my career. And it's been very fascinating to listen to economists talk about ethics. And it's been fascinating to try to sort of suss out which ethicists you are listening to, reading, interacting with. And so I'm very curious about how economists decide which ethicists to read and who to interact with, because in my field, there are lots of ethicists doing economic ethics, but they don't always get traction or conversation with economists. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Is there anybody who would like to respond to that? Anybody got a view on that?
Without knowing too much about it, McIntyre is a name that seems to come up quite a bit, Rebecca.
Hey, Rebecca.
Hey, Jonathan, it's good to see you. I really appreciated your paper. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for your comment. And I don't know what to do about how insular economists are or have been, except to say, I think we're changing. I think the whole notion that we would be teaching classes in ethics and economics is pretty startling. I wouldn't have expected this, 10 years ago or 20 years ago, certainly. And it's on the table. And I know that the American Economic Association, to mention just one group, they have a very, very weak ethical statement, but at least they have something. It took George DiMartino smashing him in the head for the American Economic Association to say we want to have a statement on ethics. So imagine where we're going to be in 20 years. I think it's going to be a different story entirely.
If I may make a comment.
Paolo.
Well, Rebecca, economists tend to be self-referential because they believe that economics is a science, and so it is well-bounded and it has fixed rules, and so who cares about what others have to say? I believe that actually there has, I think, a major change in economic thought has come maybe through the contribution. Obviously, I'm being very dramatic, has come through Sen, because Sen has basically suggested that the issue is not maximizing something anymore. It's achieving capabilities and therefore achieving freedom, which is something that lies beyond the scope of mainstream economic thought. And this has actually stimulated thought on ethics. I think this is something that maybe following the discussion of these 2 days should be somehow appreciated, in the sense that, as I said before, it is more than reasonable for many of the people who presented here to maintain a framework that is basically close to the mainstream. It is reasonable. I may not agree with it, but it is okay. But I think it is appropriate to acknowledge that there is a great deal of research beyond the mainstream that tries to pursue goals that are, has research to pursue the goal of understanding how to achieve something that is not just economic growth, conventional welfare, and well, the typical things that we learn at microeconomics and macroeconomics courses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Malcolm said as well, virtue ethics, which I think it was Malcolm who said that. So just to acknowledge that I did hear you say that. I think that's very true. Stefano.
Yes, thank you. I think which is peculiar to economists is that they usually forget some hypothesis which is necessary for the working of their models. And by referring to the market for kidneys, for example, I think that the only textbook which in the first pages says that markets work well when individuals are the same endowments and there is no wealth effect of endowment effect. I don't know exactly in English how, because it's not very useful. And so that's Milgram and Roberts. Milgram and Roberts is the only textbook which explicitly says that in the beginning. All the other textbooks never mention this fact that maybe the marginal utility of money is not constant, or, you know, there are many hypotheses which allows the market to show that efficiencies that are forgotten in the discussion of the models, of the results, of the estimations, and so on. So there may be a lot of discussion within economics, even without the need of entering ethical problems. I think that ethical problems can be solved before, because it is a very demanding problem, that of ethics. It is complex in the sense that we have different layers in ethical decisions. There are public decisions, there are individual decisions, there are issues that can be solved only by interaction, as I was, the point of view that I was supporting yesterday. And so, but this interesting topic that normally economists forget technical hypotheses, which are instead fundamental when you talk about markets. Even then, of course, I have nothing against markets or utility maximization, which has brought us many progresses, for example, in many goods, which are now treated in markets. I don't know, when you sell frequencies of TV or cellular phones or pollution rights or things like that, are many things which work very well, but we forget that they work well only in specific with specific hypotheses.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'd just add as well that I think if it's sort of ethics of choice, and it's kind of open house really as to what kind of ethical framework is used. And also in the book, which is sort of associated with this project, there is an intended chapter on feminist ethics as well. I would just point out as well. Thank you ever so much for that question, Rebecca. Okay, let's end it there. That's been an incredibly enjoyable and productive 2 days, certainly from my perspective. Thank you ever so much for all the presenters, and thank you for all your contributions. Paolo, you have something to say?
Craig, would you like to tell us something about the book project? Who's missing? I mean, are there contributions from authors who did not present their papers? Yes. What is the timing of the project?
Yeah, so there are contributions from presenters who are not here, and didn't present over the last 2 days. Both Ioana and Imko were a little bit too tied up in things to engage fully with the conference, sadly. But we set a deadline of the 15th of October, and we do have some papers that have met that deadline. There, you know, obviously we will be happily extend for those who are yet to sort of complete their paper. In fact, the chapter that we're working on, we're hoping to finish that really rather soon. And the next step is, as soon as we can start now. We have enough papers in now to start the review process. And it will be, the process will be that, we'll send out chapters and ask you as contributors to review, you know, one of the paper. we agreed with the publishers that that would be an appropriate way to approach it. Then following the review process, well, we're pretty much done. We have a deadline of, I think it's the end of February, perhaps, but you know, if it runs out, I wouldn't be surprised if it runs into March, but we do have a deadline, I think, for the end of February. So that's where we are currently. So you know, if you're contributing, you haven't got your paper to us yet, then please do, just as soon as you can. Next week, I'm sure I'll meet again with Ioana and Imko, and I think it would be Ioana who would be in touch about the next steps. But that's enough of a flavor of where we're heading. Is that okay? You know, already we've got the contract, we've got the deadline, and so on from the publishers. And I think, you know, I think this part of the reason for this conference was to bring the papers to life, and to, you know, you can only get so much from reading the papers. And I think that it's hopefully shown us all that it's you know, worthwhile project, and that there's so much good stuff that would you know, look good in print. You know, this could be a really successful, really good book. So yeah, that's that. Is that okay now?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Okay, so thanks ever so much again, and I hope you have a really enjoyable weekend and some time out the next 2 days. Okay, thanks ever so much. Bye bye now.
Thank you.